Peace and respect to you all. Welcome to Demolished Doctrine, the beginning of the end of the religions. Tonight, to kick things off until some people come in, and I expect a few may, and all are welcome. Please have an organized thought as you come in, some kind of an observation or objection that would help me become better at arguing. That is to say, correction. I want corrected. Now, that is not the same thing as soon as you say something, I'm going to roll over like a greyhound. No, I want actually corrected. And what does that mean? I am going to state my case and give my best argument, and I expect your argument to win. And if your argument wins, I will change my mind. Peace and respect, Robert X. Good to see you around again, buddy. But for now, and until such time that people come in, want to review a modern translation with you. Okay, so this is yeah, it's been a long time, Robert. This is a work I am doing, which is, despite a lot of people's opinion, it's really not based in what I think, but based in a reading frame that was shown to me in prayer. And actually, it reveals quite a lot and clarifies quite a lot, and it takes a lot of the mystery out of the Bible. To just have a consistent reading frame for all of the Bible and apply it literally without Christian dogmatic and doctrinal traditions, which I think really, really muddied the water. So this is the books of the prophet Moses, and this one is the first book of drawing out. Now, the word drawing out is literally the name Moses. That's the same thing. That is the point of this is the beginning of our genesis into angels. Like, where are you right now and what do you become? That's the claim. What's the context? The local cosmos. How local? Well, I mean, stars get an honorable mention as constellations fairly early on in the book of Genesis. There's a new use for the same old sun and a new use for the same old moon because there's going to be people to see them. Thus, day and night. Day and night, are not concepts that, although conscious, lower creatures, think about that sort of thing. Oh, it's going to be dark soon. It's going to be night. Deer don't really have that thought, I think. So this is a hyper literal translation without Christian tradition. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning of what concerns you, powerful angels reformed the sky and the planet. Now, if the word here, angels, right? If it had been God, which is how it was translated normally, then this wouldn't be so. The singular form of the word would have been Eloach. Here it is Elohim, which is the plural form. This cannot be read as a singular being having great power, but must be multiple beings having great power. So multiple beings having great power, doing something positive, or at least in tribalism, positive, things that are positive for us. The name for that kind of a being that we use in this culture, at least, is angel. Peace and respect to King Bluto. Howdy, howdy. There are, of course, differing heavenly designations for angels. It requires that a select group are determined to interact with people on the earth in compliance with Yahweh, and that some are not Yahweh angels. That's right, there are Yahweh angels and non-Yahweh angels. That should be shocking. But when it refers to angels interacting with people in the text, it calls them Jehovah angels. That's the same thing as Yahweh, just with some added letters. Now, the planet was without geographic area distinctions and void of life, and no atmosphere to refract light, and so darkness was upon the face of the deep. Well, that's precisely correct. Think about the moon landing and the background to the astronauts as they were being filmed. Since there's no atmosphere, there's nothing to refract light. So when you look at somebody on a planet with no atmosphere, everything behind them is the deep, dark face of space. There's no atmosphere, so there's no refraction of light, which means everything around you just looks black. And without understanding that the Hebrew word here, mayor, which refers to atmosphere, where or refers to light, understanding that, the translators, apparently not knowing that, said, something like, let there be light. Well, yeah, that's close, but it doesn't tell you what kind of light and what the context is. Peace and respect and welcome, Von Erich. Blessings all. That's how I choose to think of you saying it. So this claims that no existent life was disturbed in the following process. What following process? The 6 days of creation that ensued directly after this. As if qualifying that no infraction was committed upon such a mandate. As if there's some kind of a mandate that you don't disturb planets if there is area distinctions in life. Well, what kind of a disclaimer is this? I think it's very, very interesting that would even be there at all. And powerful angels said, let there be refraction of light. And there was light on the earth due to atmosphere. In these smaller letters, that's just my trying to make it into easier English and kind of repeating the idea in the sentence where there was, the way their sentence structure works, it's not quite English. Angels saw the light as good, and angels divided the light from the darkness by terms. And angels called this is terms, right? And here are the terms. Day, night. And the evening ended one time, and the morning beginning the next time was the first chronicled. An angel said, let there be a planet firmament in the midst of the large group of beings called waters. This is to say, let a firmament or planet divide the waters into two groups. Let it divide the large group, here we go, beings into two parts, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Okay, so what are the two waters here? People think it's H2O, but that really leaves, in their translation, God fascinated by H2O. And let's face it, guys, that's stupid. That's just plain stupid to think that God would be all about H2O. Well, why not carbon? Or how about iron? What about protein strands? Aren't protein strands better than H2O? How about RNA? RNA is pretty cool compared to H2O. Ooh, let's get fancy. Let's go with dye. Peace and respect, Jamie Russell. I wish I had a daughter who called me. I wish you had a daughter that called you too. Daughter called, caught up listening. Favorite verse, I don't know. Jude chapter 2, maybe? Oh, she just got her CDLs. Anyway, okay. So what is this word waters right here? It's actually mayim in the Hebrew, which refers to watery substances. If you look at the actual definition of mayim that got translated waters right here, what you'll find is that it's piss, wasting, sperm, things like that. Liquidy substances in small amounts. You could extend it to things like fruit juices, blood. In fact, majoritively in the Arabic languages, when they say mayim, they mean blood or sperm, as in brotherhood, or relationship, as in like cousins and stuff. So that we translated it to mean H2O, I'm sure in their opinion, just looks absolutely goofy. And angels reformed this planet Earth and divide the waters which would be under the firmament of the heaven from the waters which throughout the firmament of the heaven, and it was done. Okay, so under the firmament of heaven, this heaven here, uppercase, is God's habitation. So what would it mean to be under God's habitation? Well, not in God's habitation, somewhere else. And the waters which are throughout the firmament of heaven, so God's habitation. So what kind of beings, personages, are filling throughout the firmament of heaven, the habitation of God? Well, that would be angels, which we've already been referring to several times. So angels, in the name of Jehovah, had done these things, and the waters which under the firmament, or us, were divided from the waters which throughout the firmament of heaven, and or angels. That is, we were separated from angels, which seems really apparent once you say it, because we're not in heaven. But we started out somewhere. Well, this suggests that we started out, actually, the first human beings started out in heaven. Is there going to be confirmation of that? Yes, there will, in Genesis 2:5. And angels called the firmament above heaven, and the evening and the morning was the second chronicled. And angels said, let the large group of beings that will be under the sky be forced to gather into places. That means, separated by groups. If we look historically, probably ethnic groups it looks like. What were there? Something like 13? If somebody give me a count on that if you happen to know. Peace and respect, 13 above. I mean to be cranky, but it's because I'm my terrible twos, terrible 60s. Well, you've never seemed cranky to me, 13 above, and welcome. Oh, you have a question. But isn't the whole problem with words that have multiple meanings that we can never be 100% sure which of the meanings they meant? In very, very small context, Robert, you are completely correct. However, in larger context, that eventually fails. And if context is wide umbrella overarching enough, there's only one way to read it consistently. Let me give you an example. I'm going to tell you a story using opposing terms. So every term that I'm using, I'm going to give you an alternate term. And sometimes I'll put the fake one first, and sometimes I'll put the real one first. But you'll eventually see you have no two choices about how to read the story. And this could be done in extreme complexity, where I actually use like 4 different or 20 different definitions or different opposing words. And still you would come up with only one story. Here's the story. Yesterday, 2 days from now, I will go from my house from the woods to go to a gas station grocery store to get oil, milk for my children, dogs, to feed them breakfast. I mean, you just use your imagination. You could go on and on and on and on like that. But to get gasoline, to get milk, to put on their dog food cereal, to feed them breakfast, make them starve to death. So I mean, eventually you get to where only one thing makes sense, because the reading frame I was shown actually eliminates all of the apparent contradictions in the Bible. I am really persuaded that it's the only way to read it. Now, people read it multiple ways. It's been translated multiple ways. There's Judaism and Christianity, and how many sects of Christianity, and they still argue over these things today, and nobody can seem to get it right. But every explanation that I've heard for a reading frame of the Bible, there's always some part that's easy to find that they're just ignoring, just outright ignoring. Like, and some of it's super obvious, like Jesus will be called everlasting Father. That's a singular verse in the Bible. The Prince of Peace, the God with us, will be called everlasting Father. Well, I mean, that raises some serious questions. And Christians have just like found a way to just kind of smear that and not pay attention to it. How? Well, because they had to. Why? Because it doesn't make any sense that you already have an everlasting Father and Jesus becomes everlasting Father. You know, now you have to ask questions like, does the other everlasting Father get dethroned? Well, it doesn't say that. It says he sits at his side. Well, what does it mean to sit at someone's side? It means to be an equal. That's what that means. So there's an everlasting Father in heaven, and Jesus becomes an everlasting Father in heaven, and they are equals. See, I just accept it for what it is, and it resolves the problem. And angels called the dry parts earth, and the gathering together of water they called sea, and angels saw that was good. They put oceans on the place. Yeah, seas. By the way, this is not the word Mayim, this is the word Yam, which means a large body of H2O. It never means watery substances like blood. It just doesn't mean that. Yeah, even Judaism had, yes, exactly, Brick, exactly. Yes, the overly pluralized waters means people, and that water or sea means H2O. Sea, in like terms, will later also be used to mean people to reinforce the idea the waters in heaven to be divided, including the angels, in the last passage. That's right. They are beings, and they have some kind of a relationship with each other and some kind of a relationship with us. And we've got somebody backstage. Let's find out who it is. It's Brother Todd. Peace and respect, Brother Todd, and welcome.
What's up? Sorry, I was a little delayed. I did not know that I had received an email for lives or Lick the Whole Boost live, and I wanted to make sure I did that, but also come on over. What did I miss? Is it too over much?
Doing Genesis 1.
Okay.
But in the translation that I've been working on in the reading frame I was given.
Okay.
So it's a lot more straightforward, not nearly as poetic and mysterious, but then it resolves a lot of problems that Christians have presented traditionally.
Like, for instance, the waters above and the waters below, and we are the
Did
waters.
you hear me do that part? Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard you say that before. So, but you said something and if you'll indulge me just for a quick second,
Opine.
Yes, for sure. You said something earlier. You were talking about when during the dry times, which would be hell. Is that when the earth is devoid of man?
During the dry times, and that would be hell. Does that mean
like,
the earth is devoid of man?
Right, meaning
okay, well, it depends on which dry times. Which verse you're referring to and the context thereof, because it doesn't rain in the second half of end times, and that's another dry time.
Right.
Okay.
But what does
which
that mean, though? Does it mean that it doesn't rain, as in there's no more reproduction? Or does it mean it doesn't rain, as in there's no more rain from the sky?
that's actually very good. Both.
Okay.
Your brain
Because
was able to do both of them. Good for you. It actually means both. They're literally going to be sucking the moisture out of the air and keeping it and drying up lakes and eventually oceans, which is what causes the lake of fire to remove the oceans. That is to say, and there was no more sea, and every mountain melt like wax, and no island could be found. Well, that's what happens if you remove the oceans, but that also would cause a crustal collapse and a lot of volcanicity.
interesting. Interesting. Because I mean, you got concepts such as well, that would be Dune almost in a way. Some aspects of Dune. That would also be like the Handmaiden's Tale, where their reproductivity was dwindling, which there has been some replication of that currently, and I think by design, not a
Oh,
not a
that's
bug,
no
but a
accident.
feature. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a
exactly.
feature, definitely.
So that's the interesting thing is that do you think we're in the times where the because like usually the sky around my house is like bright blue, and then when I start seeing all the crisscross applesauce tic tac toe,
Yeah,
trails, whatever you want to call them, tinfoil hat or whatever. Then within another day or so, usually there's some kind of weather front that comes in and it rains.
right.
So is it man knowing that the end times are actually here and they're trying to pretend that they're not here and artificially make it rain? Huh.
Well, luckily for us who know these stories, there are signs.
Okay.
And just like crisscross applesauce means rain in a couple days, I'm waiting for the signs.
Okay.
Now, am I persuaded to believe that we are close to heaven presenting the signs chronologically? Yeah, I think we're within a human natural lifetime.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know enough about the signs to be able to read them. So yeah, I'm definitely going to listen quite a bit
Oh my
here.
gosh, we should talk about the signs then.
Sure. I
That's
mean,
more important than almost no,
okay.
seriously. A person should know the signs. I
Okay.
mean,
Fair enough.
let's say just for instance that you're a Christian who understands and has memorized the signs in the correct order and at the correct magnitude. And let's say just for argument's sake, there's 30 other people in your neighborhood that have not.
Okay.
Can you see how important it would be that you would know and understand them and be able to explain them to people as they happen?
There's a, but is there not a certain amount of my sheep hear and obey the sound of my voice, or they is there not like I mean, isn't that the proverbial guy with the sandwich board, which I've been in by the way, screaming the end of the world is nigh, and everyone looks at him like, all right, old man, they put $1 in his cup and walk on. Um, yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Like, even if there's 30 people close to me, and they need me to warn them about the signs, that means they themselves aren't plugged into what I'm plugged
That's
into,
right.
knowing the signs. So what's the point, right? Many are
The
called, few are
point is they're
chosen.
going to be noticing and they're going to be worried by it, whereas a believer is going to be encouraged by it. This is why
Okay.
it
Okay.
reads, have a rationality for the hope that is within you. They will be losing hope
Interesting.
because it's going to look like the solar system is falling apart.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Because that's all right. I'm gonna interrupt before we get any further here. Because it's the weirdest thing, dude. I understand stars move in the sky,
Sure.
but there's been some weird. Oh, there's been some weirdness going on in my sky here recently. Really weird stuff. Matter of fact, I mentioned it to my wife the other day, and I'm like, "Well, why is there a big, bright, shiny star over there? Normally, that would be considered the North Star, but it's not where it normally would be or should be." And here,
Venus is brighter than the North Star.
well, there's something that was kind of close to the moon. Um, God, how do I explain it?
Would you
And
say it
so
was white or yellowish?
it was
And
more
of
white.
of more white, was it more red or was it more blue?
Well, I didn't have my glasses on, and I have astigmatism in both eyes, but normally I can see what you're talking about with the different twinklings or the different pulsars or whatever they call them.
Yeah.
No, that's really interesting though, because it was real shock white and it was over near where the moon, and the moon was pretty low in the sky,
Mm-hmm.
like, which is usually it comes up across my house this way,
Do
east
you
to the
remember which
west.
way you were looking when you saw it?
Yeah, to the south.
You're looking to the south. Okay.
Yeah.
What I would want you to do is answer your own question by watching it at least looking at it at least once a week
Mm-hmm.
at about the same time of night,
Mm-hmm.
and see if it travels across the sky over the course of the next 2 months. Because if it does, that's Venus.
No, it was, dude. I'm telling you, it was there a couple nights ago, stark,
Yeah.
bright, and then
Yeah.
the next night I went out, looked over in the same spot, nowhere to be seen.
Same time?
And then, right around the same time, I let my dogs out almost the same time.
That
And then,
shouldn't
I
be
mean,
Venus then.
yeah, and then there was no other star that was as bright and poignant. I'm talking like the moon was a sliver. It was like, I don't know if that's waxing or waning, but even though it was next to the moon, it was super bright and really, actually, very distinct for a guy that
The
wasn't
moon is
wearing
both a
glasses.
sliver during waxing and waning, but I don't know which
Right.
cycle it's in.
It was this way, as opposed to this way. I don't know.
That's
It
the time of
was,
year.
yeah, it is what it is. Sorry about that. I'm just showing my ignorance here. Yeah, but it was. I remember making a comment about it and noticing it and going, "This is freaking strange, dude. Like, how does the Earth, is the Earth doing this?" And I know that occasionally there's rumored to be scientifically an entire, like, a wobble and then a polar shift, which would explain why Texas is getting frost lately while Kentucky's barely getting any snow and having really, really mild winters. It's been bizarre.
Yeah,
Anyway,
the the disorganization for reorganization of the magnetic poles and thereby our magnetosphere causes a lot of weather anomalies, because where where it's more powerful, it blocks more space radiation. Where it's less powerful, it blocks less space radiation, changing temperatures and currents and weather and all kinds of crazy stuff. So, but I want to get to the signs because I think they're hugely important.
okay.
Have you reviewed them often enough to at least remember them in the colloquial sense and in the correct order?
The signs, I don't know. I couldn't tell you the first. Are you talking about the seals or
No.
okay. Yeah, I don't know anything about the signs.
Christians would say the signs of end times, the signs that
Like
end times are coming. The
Mark of the
seven.
Beast.
Well, there's seven, but they say there's four. No, no, no. You're already in end times if there's a mark of the beast.
Right.
That's not
Okay.
a
All right.
sign of it approaching. That's not a
Yeah.
sign of the beginning.
Pretend I know nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Oh, we'll just start at the beginning then, just as well. Some people have heard it not at all ever their whole lives. Okay, so I'm not going to just tell you the signs which you have to rotely memorize, but I'm going to also tell you how it's going to occur in our solar system that will be witnessed by everyone with normal functioning, uh, you know, uh, attention spans and eyeballs. And for some people, if they're in the right location, they're going to hear things too. Okay, all right. So here's the general overview. What the Bible is describing is a disruption to the normal things going on in our near solar system, all the way out to Jupiter. Okay, which objects you can see with the unaided eye if you have decent vision. I personally do not, but there's a lot of people that do. But anyway, okay. So here's the generalistic storyline. A six-part comet strikes the planet Mercury and dislodges it from its orbit. It then goes out. One piece misses. It then goes. Mercury goes out and strikes a moon over Jupiter, which is mostly water, That combines with another moon over Jupiter, which is mostly sulfur, causing great balls of fire and the ignition of Jupiter. Then once Jupiter is realized as a short-term star, and having just expanded greatly in size and temperature and brilliance, throws a chunk of the moon Io back to our planet, which again is 90% yellow sulfur. This makes our view of Jupiter much, much easier, much, much brighter in the sky, so much so that if you looked at Jupiter in that state, you wouldn't be able to see stars behind it. So since that would block your vision of about a third of the stars from the sky, and also it would illuminate a part of the moon that would normally not be illuminated, and in this way also affects night on the Earth. Okay, so there's the practical there's the practical parts of. Oh, I forgot to say that the chunk of rock that misses Mercury falls into an ocean on the Earth. Okay, so starting over again, but with the signs. The first sign is a quaking of the Earth. Now we now know that solar ejecta lower the viscosity of magma and add heat to it, making it less viscous, more thin, more lubricating, and can allow the crust to slip or allow volcanic eruptions. In fact, we now know that solar ejecta and earthquakes and volcanic eruptions are directly related. Peace and respect, Gangster Ghost. So that's a quaking of the earth, which is why in the story of David and Saul, there's an evil spirit in Saul. David releases it, and Saul is relieved. However, David's now in danger, if you remember the story from 1 Samuel.
I don't. I've never read 1 Samuel.
Oh, fair enough. Okay. Okay, then moving on from there. After the quaking of the earth is called the Blood Sea Miracle. Now, the Blood Sea Miracle is where something falls from the sky and poisons an ocean. It doesn't say which ocean, and it doesn't say how much of it. It just says a third. And it says the animals in that part of that ocean die. So apparently some kind of chemical reaction that makes the water uninhabitable by sea creatures. Something like that. So some kind of nasty chemical.
So possibly like a forced algae bloom that has been perpetrated by humans in the past, but something more nefarious than that.
Well, the interesting thing is that these things are at such large scale and use resources that can't be replaced. There's no way for humans to do it.
Interesting. Okay.
Which is probably a good thing, because then we would just force God. I mean, look at what the Jews try to do, forcing the hand of God by building the temple and all this other stuff. But that's another conversation. Yeah. In order that we can force the hand of God, that puts us in charge, not God. I'm just pointing that out. Okay, so after the quaking of the earth and the Blood Sea Miracle comes the quote-unquote face of God. Now, you know from Scripture that no man has seen the face of God. And that the face of God in the book of Revelation and a few other places is a burning thing. But the burning thing doesn't get used up. Or it shines like the sun in its strength. That is to say, like a star. In the book of Revelation, the description of Christ in that same situation. So the face of God as a sign is the lighting of Jupiter, which the Bible is claiming would happen in a book that is something about closer to 3,000 years old, which means it outdates a telescope by, roughly 2,500 years or so. So this prophecy is much older than the telescope. But anyway. All right, so next thing in the correct order, after Jupiter is lit on fire and we have a binary solar system, And we're going to go back into some details about that. Peace and respect to this one guy. That's interesting. We'll get back to some details about that, and it's going to make some connections in your mind about other stories that you've heard, especially since we're on the edge of Christmas right now. Christmas is a story about end times, actually, and we'll go over some of that. Okay, so a chunk of the moon, Io, is propelled back toward this Earth. That is to say that I shouldn't go into David and Goliath. That's going to be 3 different stories. That's going to be confusing for most people. I'll just leave that out and stick with the signs. Okay, so a chunk of sulfur burning into our atmosphere, landing in some kind of an enclosed water system. The Christians call this wormwood.
Okay.
Now, why is it called wormwood? Which you've heard that term, yeah, apparently.
I have. Yep.
Okay. So why do they call it wormwood? Well, wormwood is actually a pithy, woody plant that these worms eat. And so it ends up tan in color, but buoyant, but riddled with holes and hard. Okay,
Isn't
so
that what
it's not squishy.
Isn't that what they gave a rag dipped in wormwood or something like that to Christ? Or something bitter. What was it?
Some people say that. Some people think it was wormwood, and that goes along with some of the fainting theory, and that's why you've heard that, is because he didn't actually die. That comes from feigning. I think it's feigning or fainting. I can't remember, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, they gave him watered down vinegar. Which, by the way, in that situation would be a kindness. Watered down vinegar is actually quite refreshing. Try it sometime. Yeah, but that's what the words say is. The words say vinegar, but the tradition is watered down vinegar.
Gotcha.
But that's okay. All right.
Okay.
So why would you call a big chunk of sulfur burning into the atmosphere poisoning a lake wormwood? And well, actually, it makes perfect sense. If something's 90% yellow sulfur, 10% iron, caught on fire and immersed in water without being completely extinguished, what would you have? Well, you'd have a lake of sulfuric acid. Is that bitter enough? Yeah, that's bitter enough. Why would it resemble wormwood? Well, you've got kids. You probably at some point around Halloween or so, or maybe the 4th of July, had these little pills that you could lay on a concrete surface and light with a lighter, and it grows this great big giant snake. You know that you've seen those? You've heard of those?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know.
They're sulfur pellets.
Yeah, I've heard enough things go boom and explode that stuff doesn't really interest me. No, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, so they have these sulfur pellets you can light with a lighter, and it makes something called like snakes or something like. And it's a singular long ash because it's burning off of a coin shaped tablet and only off of one side, so it makes a long skinny.
It pushes itself. Yeah, it pushes itself away. All right, Roger.
Right. Okay.
Interesting.
So were that only iron and sulfur instead of colorings, that would be a light brown color, crispy, riddled with holes, super buoyant, floating on water, i.e. wormwood.
Okay.
So it matches the description, even if it's not actual wormwood plant. Good so far?
Yes, sir. I'm trying real hard to keep up, but it's a lot. Yeah.
I've got more, but I'm trying to keep this simple.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
It is super interesting, complex. I actually checked all of the physics and all of the chemistry when I was shown this reading frame, and was surprised to find out, against my own education, that everything is all in order and in the right places already. This is our solar system looks like a gigantic setup to me.
Interesting.
Just to do this. Okay. So that's the wormwood miracle. Now, why would a third of the stars fall from the sky, and a third of the moon be smited, and also a third of the sun? Well, if we were in a binary solar system, if you can imagine that, and the Earth is in between in its orbit between the sun and Jupiter, right? Then we would have light coming from two different directions. So even at night, and for a good portion of the night, actually, when all things are properly lined up for exactly 1/3 of the night, you would have a smaller secondary sun, namely Jupiter. So what would that do? Well,
It would
you were
have the effect
describing.
of they have
Go
the
ahead.
effect of it would have the effect of muting the ability to see the stars behind it or around it because of its brightness.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Yay!
That's why 1/3 of the stars fall from the sky. Now, what would the effect on the moon be? Let's say you had a moon at 50%. You could see 50% of the moon, right? It was at half or the seventh day of its phase, right?
It would look like there's less of it. It would diminish the moon somewhat, or the appearance
No,
of diminishing it.
it would light the darkened side.
So would that would create more than a third of what I thought you said a third of the moon would be
Yes,
gone.
it's actually 1/3 of the shadow of the moon is smited. Yes.
Oh, got it. Okay, so the dark side of the moon that Brick was talking about before, where no matter where you are on Earth, the 40% of the moon is never visible from Earth.
Well, that part's going to be away from us, so we can't see that. But we will see a sphere lit from two different directions, right?
Okay.
So if you had a sphere like the moon hanging in the sky, lit from two different directions, obviously along that north-south border between those two directions, it would be pitch black. Now try to imagine what that would look like. Imagine we're a white ball and you had two controlled lights in your living room, and the room was generally dark. You had two flashlights lit from both sides, and the north-south equator, I'm going to call it a north-south equator, would be completely pitch black because it's getting light from neither side. Does that make sense?
Is that where the term black hole sun comes
Nope.
from, or no?
But it's Muhammad splits the moon.
So it would make it look like the moon was like this. No, it would be split.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm having a hard time visioning it, but go ahead.
I should have stayed on the Bible, but I'm very interested in all these things. But anyway, okay, so there you have a smiting of the night, a smiting of the shadow of the moon, and a smiting of the third of the stars. Okay, now that leads to the seventh sign, which is the arrival of heaven. Now the arrival of heaven is this icon I use. That's what that represents. And that's all seven signs in order in our actual solar system, not even bending physics.
I don't. So that looks like a split moon. Like I wish I could kind of point. It looks like Brick has something he wants to say, but I see the moon there, or what looks to be a moon.
Yeah, that silverish coin is supposed to be our moon. Yeah,
Is that like
and
Tiamat?
I just did that for scale.
Okay. Interesting.
So in the upper left and upper right and lower left hand corners, those are supposed to be some kind of tree that you're looking past up toward the sky, like you're looking directly away from the earth. And descending down toward you is a singular object a little bit bigger than the earth, 4 objects about the same width as the United States is long, 24 objects about half the width of the United States. And yes, those measurements are given in the Bible. I can show you the measurements.
Well, so it's interesting because of the colors of it's like it kind of looks like almost like a waxing, waning kind of situation of different stages of something. Like the stuff.
What I did was I put Jupiter afire on one side and the sun on the other side, so you have left and right a different amount of lighting. Yeah, or upper right and lower left. The sun being to the lower left, you have a different amount of lighting, and then but you don't have darkness anywhere except for where neither one is showing on them. You don't
You know
have
what you
black
should do
anywhere except
sometime?
for that.
You know what you should do sometime? You should take, well, you don't have to, but I think it would help people if you take that image and you have a way to be able to have your cursor and you could show people, okay, and see how this is just this part, and
Well, I've done
that
it in
means
front of green screen several times. I should do it again. It's been a while.
no, or you could just send it to me and I'll watch it.
Yeah,
Because if you've
every
already,
once in a while I do that where I just stand in front of the green screen and I look at a monitor to the side just like a weatherman does,
Mhm.
and point at stuff
Okay,
and talk about it.
that would help me a lot.
Yeah, there's a reason that the four beasts around God's throne are an eagle, a lion, a calf, and a man, because that's Akia the eagle, a constellation, Leo lion, a constellation, Taurus the bull, a constellation, and Aquarius the man, a constellation. That is, the constellations were named originally after parts of heaven.
Now, it sounds to me like heaven's a spaceship.
Well, 29 spaceships, but yes.
Yeah, that's interesting.
I'm really persuaded that all of these ancient stories are describing technology that at the time and still traditionally held today was mistaken for magic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I think there's no such thing as supernatural anything. And as soon as I say something like chariots of fire descending from the sky with flames coming from them, dude, that's a spaceship. I mean, call it what you want.
Yeah, yeah. It's when Muhammad was carried off by a chariot.
Yeah.
I think there might have been some probing going on. Just saying.
There could have been, or maybe a lack of probing. Maybe he
Yeah,
actually got saved,
yeah.
and he's
Peace,
fine.
the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yeah,
There you
absolutely, and for everyone else who's died too, peace be upon them as well.
go. Hmm.
Okay, so that was. I'm going to review it real quick. That was um, Saul representing. No, I shouldn't do David and Glass. Stop that, Richard. That was the that shoot. I almost can't help it. I really wanted. I'm not going to. I'll keep it. I'll keep it just to those two reading frames. Okay, so that was a quaking of the earth, and that's caused by solar ejecta, which means all the infrastructure and electric worldwide and all communications will
EMP.
be killed. Yeah, gigantic EMP, which, by the way, we have a 20-year window with the poles flipping where any even relatively small EMP could be quite effective against power grids on the earth. And we're in that time right now. It is ramping up. And then after that quaking of the earth, which will spit hail and fire mingled with blood. In other words, the kind of thing that quakes the earth that spits hail and fire mingled with blood, we call a volcano. But it's going to be a volcano, according to the prophecy, big enough to cause a cloud that will enshroud 1/3 of the earth. Now, there are 10 supervolcanoes on the earth. 9 of them are under the ocean or inactive. There's only one that's active and above sea level, and that is
America. Yep. Yep.
Yellowstone National Park.
Yep.
Correct. Yellowstone National Park, I think, is going to be that quaking of the earth. And it doesn't even matter what time of year it is. Let's see, the USGS estimate of Yellowstone at full eruption is the same as they gave these comparatives. They give 3 comparatives so our brains can kind of try to figure out what it really means because the number is so big. Mm-hmm. You could call it 2,000 nuclear warheads simultaneously detonating per second of eruption. I'm sorry, per minute of eruption. You call it 2,000 nuclear warhead. You could call it 40 Krakatoa or 200 Mount St. Helens.
So when I had this vision about a year and a half ago that at least 2/3 of the population of America would be culled within 5 years. So now we're at 3.5 years approximately. It's probably less of a chance than that, right? It's probably going to even be more. I said at least 2/3 of the population of the United States of America is going to be gone. And I think it's going to be ramped up with a bunch of different things, disease, pestilence, different things like this, man playing God, the Fauci ouchie kind of stuff. So for me to say something like that, according to what you're saying and understanding that we're on a TikTok, kind of an interesting situation here, that actually would be a mercy almost compared to what I'm hearing you're describing is going to happen in America. Like, is there any chance that anyone in America will even survive?
Yes, and in fact,
Okay.
I'm bringing up a map presently to share with you so you can understand better.
Okay. More gooder. I
Uh,
like you. Okay.
yeah, when I first read the Bible and I saw this, I went and looked all this stuff up. Um, so, yes, all of it is there. It actually all makes perfectly good sense. All right, so let me make this single layout so we can see it better. Okay, these are seasonal maps. These are 4 proposed seasonal maps for the same eruption of Yellowstone. Okay, now Yellowstone is at the middle of the purple, the dark purple in all cases. You can see that,
Mm-hmm.
right? But
Mm-hmm.
then the radiating ash coming out from it differs by season. Okay. All right. So what do we have here? In the upper left-hand corner, should it be in the dead of the winter? The Let me see if I can go over there and so I can read that better because I can't even make it big enough for you guys. See if I can make it bigger. That's a little better, but not much better. Okay. So if you can see my cursor, this is the New York coast. All right.
Okay.
And that's Florida right there. Now this pale yellow color right here, that is 1 to 3 centimeters. Okay. So about 1/3 of an inch to about an inch of ash. Right. The darker yellow is 3 to 12 centimeters. Okay. So now we're close to like 4 inches. The orange, that orange stripe right there, that is 13 to 30 centimeters. Now we're well over a foot.
Okay.
This mauve-ish, I don't know what color to call that. The weird red, that's 30 to 100 centimeters. The bright purple is 100 to 300 centimeters. The medium purple is 300 to 1,000, and then the dark purple 1,000 plus centimeters. What does this mean in real terms? What does this mean in real terms? At the New York coast, buildings will continue to stand. Halfway between New York and Yellowstone, there won't be a roof that could take it.
Interesting.
Powdered glass, which is what the ash from volcanoes essentially is silicon or sand. It weighs the same as sand per thickness. Okay.
Oh, wow.
So a ton of sand, if spread out in a 6 foot by 6 foot area, is 6 inches deep. That's every 6 foot by 6 foot area. 6 inches deep is a ton.
Wow.
Okay. So imagine that kind of weight on a roof.
You know when you're describing this ash and stuff, there's a movie, I don't know if you've seen it, but if you haven't, I highly recommend you do. Denzel Washington. It's called Book of Eli.
I have seen it.
And where the ash is all over everything. They were talking about a nuclear explosion or something that happened that caused
Tell
it
you
to be
something
that
that I
way.
think is true of propaganda. They've been talking crap about nuclear weapons
Mm-hmm.
and air blasts and Russia and North Korea. And they've been doing this ever since. Okay, so it was in the mid 80s that
Mm-hmm.
science said, I'd really like to know when Yellowstone's going to erupt. How do we figure that out? So here's what they did. They got the University of Utah and lots of college students. They more than doubled their number of employees. They more than quadrupled their number of seismograms. That's the machine, not the printout. And then they coordinated with the rest of the Earth's seismogram stations. So what does that give them? Why bother? Well, because if you read from side of the Earth A, an earthquake that originated on side of the Earth B, you get what you call a time shadow. Why? Because P waves move slower, P waves move not at all through complete liquid, and slower through semi-liquids, and fast or normal through hard solids. So you get a time delay of when you read things, right? Depending on where the seismogram is and where the earthquake was located. So we developed a 3D model. We now know that there is a plume feeding a primary chamber that is feeding Yellowstone. The primary chamber is, I'm going to say this slowly and very much on purpose, because it's hard to absorb and I had to practice it a lot. It is 110,000 cubic kilometers of magma. 110,000 cubic kilometers of magma is what feeds Yellowstone. So, imagine that making its way to the surface all at one time. Well, that explains why you'd have 200 Mount St. Helens or 2,000 nuclear warheads in power. With a 31.5 mile wide pyroclastic pillar climbing to about, what was it they said, 80,000 feet, which is well above and into and well above the jet streams to be carried around the whole planet. And a pyroclastic pillar, let's see, of 31 point, yeah, and 2,000 nuclear warhead per minute, and an immediate kill range of about 100 miles. And then when the pyroclastic pillar collapses, it becomes 600 miles in radius, not diameter.
So I just had a really silly, I just had a really silly thing that popped into my head, and I'm going to try not to ignore it. Is it possible that the Tower of Babel was actually speaking about like a nuclear mushroom cloud? In a sense where man is trying to replace God in the heavenly bodies.
That makes me want to go back to the Bible and read you the Tower of Babel in the translation I've done.
Okay. Am I kind of weird or close or not even close or?
Both weirdly close.
Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. Here we go. Yes, Lord, send me. If you just shut up and listen sometimes, and you just.
I argue with the angels and I'm stupid about it. They'll be like, hey, you should grab that before you go. And I'm like, oh, that was just me. I don't need to take that with me. And then I get where I'm going and I really wish I'd brought it.
Yep.
About once a week. About once a week.
Usually for me, it's my wife going, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't do that. Just ignore this. And I'm going, yeah, you're right. And then she's like, I told you should have just ignored these people. I'm like, you're right. That's my second Holy Ghost, my wife.
Yeah, no doubt.
I hear you. That's crazy.
Oh, that was nice. Went right to it. Yeah. Famed by names, promise existent. Here we go. Now, in your translation, it reads the Tower of Babel.
Okay.
But because it's the signs of the end times approaching, the great day, I wrote that. Okay, so this is, I mean, I didn't even put any of my opinions in this. My opinions are in blue. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And these are the actual definitions of what is written above. Okay.
So is this what everyone is saying when they criticize you? Like, oh, you're writing your own Bible. Like,
yeah,
who do you think you are? Okay. This is what the heck they're talking about. Yeah, exactly.
This is what they're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, Roger. Now I'm understanding.
So this is the actual words The actual words are this, and this original ideas: say, command, tell, promise, extant man, unto, with, against, feed, pastor, keep, companion, husband, neighbor, give, go to, ascribe, make white, brick, be white, brick, tile, burn, kindle, made utterly, burning thoroughly, may, will, become to pass, may, will, become to pass, make white, make brick, be white, tile builder. I mean, that's slime pit, desire, come to pass, troubled red clay. Okay.
And here's brick right below me, right there.
Speaking of brick. Okay, so, but in English, in our modern English, men had promised existent mankind companionship, ascribing them to make white tile, and kindled the idea utterly within them, and burdened it thoroughly inside them, so that it would come to pass. And it came to pass that they made white tiles, which built troubled slime pits of desire to come to pass, like pits of red mire. And they had promised and ascribed the buildup would be to us kept available for everyone, a great tower elevated as a stage and a pulpit, whose head is lofty in the air, and it wrought them conspicuous positions by name and regard, despite being scattered abroad throughout.
Can you
And it
pause
was
real quick?
regarded, yeah,
Can you go back to the description of the lofty head? Go back to that. That's a mushroom
there it
cloud.
is. Maybe for now, but it
A
doesn't end up
pulpit
being.
whose head is lofty in the air.
Yep, if you looked at only that one sentence,
Okay.
you could be right. Scattered abroad, firm earth. Oh, yeah, scattered abroad throughout. And it was regarded in sight of absolutely everything in the firm earth. It elucidated everything in the firm earth and made obvious in sight everything to all, whosoever was in the firm earth. Now, can you name me anything in all of the history of this planet which was promised to be safe but ended up having slime pits? It was promised to bring people together, but it didn't bring them together. It gave them fame by name. People who were unknown became very, very known and known to all. The head of it, or the main part, was lofty in the air, and everyone saw everything. There you go. That's the full description. Anyone?
Can you ask that one more time?
Yeah, please rephrase.
Well, don't rephrase.
What is based in making thin white tiles where everyone cooperates using the last language, which builds something which can make an unknown person very famous. And it was promised to be safe, but it didn't bring people together. It actually caused divisions and was scattered with slime pits.
Well, to me, it sounds like the internet. Yeah.
Now, would a solar ejecta tear down the internet?
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've been saying this for a while, like, and here, this is going to sound, and I'll say this as gently as possible. This is my opinion only. That I said that if you look at, according to the ADL, which is a very pro-Israeli documentation, that the Jews have been kicked out of, counting up to 109 different territories. Mm-hmm. Now, this is a pro-Israeli site that's demonstrating all the reasons. Now, one time when I was in Periscope, I had the Benny Hill theme song playing as I slowly scrolled the 109 different territories that the victims got kicked out of. They had nothing to do with it. It was not their fault. They were completely victims. And so the interesting thing is, and I said, there's one thing that they're going to create that they will have control of, and the only person that'll be able to kick them out of is God, and that's the internet. Look at what happens when you say Oy vey, who you're not allowed to criticize, is who has power over you. I mean, I don't know how many times I've been threatened by just G2, some random dude. Like,
Yeah.
I got to stop talking about his people in a certain way. I'm not allowed to be critical or this, that, and the other thing. And, it's really interesting to me how they will cancel people off the internet. Kanye West says a couple things. Next thing you know, his bank account, he's a billionaire, by the way. If you hadn't noticed, he's a billionaire. You think
Hold on
banks
just
would
a
want to
second. Hold on
court
just a second.
billionaires?
Just give me a pause. Mac the Human, it's not anti-Semitism to point out the fake Jews and what they've been doing disturbing the Jews for quite some time. And a large mass of Jewish people suffer because of those few loud people who cause problems.
Yep.
Now, the Bible calls these the synagogue of Satan, the Jews, so called, the fake Jews. And that's what's being spoken of here, not overall all Jews. On average, the Jewish people are children of God and just
Amen.
fine.
Amen.
They're just regular people trying to survive.
Yep. And they're the ones that got sacrificed during World War II. But go ahead.
Yeah. So, and the same falls to what Christians would call antichrist, right? So, going on that tirade about, oh, you're the antichrist, or it could, be the same in any religion, even secularism, even atheism, right? Going on a tirade about how, just saying words all of a sudden is, going to hurt somebody. It's wild. It literally is like the wildest thing. Of course, I live in a country where free speech is supposed to be acceptable, so for me, it's weird. But really, in reality, to me, not even if I was into this country, it'd still be weird.
House Johnny Kaiju, what kind of moth is that? Peace and respect, seven patterns, and welcome. And no, I don't put up with people speaking against humans in a prejudiced way. I don't encourage that. I would never put up with it for very long. A person might get a sentence or two out, and I would have to stop that.
Yep.
I'm a firm believer that our God is the God of this earth, and everyone here is a product of the God of this earth. Everyone.
Amen. Amen.
Even people who hate him. The fake
agree.
Jews, Housey, are, well, they're too often the voices we hear where we don't hear the average voice. They're too often the kind of people Christ was talking about when he said he called them the synagogue of Satan. They're for evil things. They're for self-promotion at the cost of the masses. And when a pro-Jewish site run by Jews, suggested by Jews, designed by Jews, maintained by Jews, says that the Jews have been kicked out of 109 different places, it's not an exaggeration and it's not anti-Semitism. It's the loudmouth fake people who call themselves Jews
but are not.
And are not causing those kinds of problems. That has nothing to do with average, God-loving, peace-loving Jewish people, the kind we don't get to normally meet.
Yeah, and I'd like to break down this whole non sequitur of calling someone an anti-Semite. Technically, I'm a Semite. I come from my origin comes from ancient Greece, in that Mediterranean area. My blood pool intermingled with all those Semite people, where Aramaic, Hebrew, is Arabic, and I think there was one other language. Those are four different languages in a very large region that were spoken. So how am I against all those people by saying the synagogue of Satan? That doesn't make any sense. And how is it that one group gets to co-opt and get this big umbrella of protection that is to cause me to fall silent when I speak a proverb against them? Faithful are the wounds of a friend, deceitful are the kisses of an enemy.
Right on.
I come as a friend.
Oh, and by the way, when it comes to fake Jews, I also call out fake Christians, Christians who
Yep.
promote hatred and prejudice, try to embarrass people in public, I mean, people who are mean for Jesus, I guess. I can't agree with that either. Okay, so where were we at? We were at the Tower of Babel. I think is describing the internet. And by the way, in that translation, I didn't interject anything. Like your average King James translated paragraph will have about 10 interjected words in it in order to make it into English. Things like conjunctions. I had an average of 3. So a lot less of those. A lot less assumptions.
So the interesting thing is as you read it, the way that it's supposed to be translated without all the additive to make it flow and smooth and more poetic for our minds, it sounds far more like computer language, if then go to subroutine.
Oh, it definitely is.
It's like line 10. If X equals 1, then go to line 120.
Did you like it? Did your brain like it?
It was, to me, it was far more simple than trying to, although I do enjoy poetry.
I don't.
I do. I really do. I do enjoy the eloquence of it. I love I guess I'm more of a romantic then, and you're more of a binary guy.
No, I just don't understand what the hell they're talking about.
So in regards to the idea of it being the internet, you don't believe that it was like literally the internet, right? Not like what we have.
What
today.
do you mean by was the internet? I mean, is the internet?
Internet, like as in
what we're on right now.
Yeah, like
give me a few extra spaces here, Brick. Mm-hmm. I don't think this happened 2,000 years ago to 7,000 years ago in the ancient Near East.
Gotcha. Yeah. So
I think it's happening right now.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I got you. That's right. I forget that.
That's okay. GS, you may really like this if your brain doesn't mind the chunkiness of the Hebrew language.
Sure.
Okay, so I want to read you. If I've read this to you before, please stop me, because most of my audience has already heard this. I don't think Seventh Patterns has, and possibly not Halcyonic Kaiju.
Are you talking the begets? The
begats, yeah.
Yeah. I think you. Yep.
Brick, have you heard that? Is it worth me reading right now?
I believe I did hear you speaking about it. It's like the
hearing and understanding are two different things for me, though, Brick. I don't know if so.
Me too.
Give the guy a hard time.
But the translations, like it spells something out. It's like a literal, like
it's the story of end times, including the Christ and the Antichrist. Yeah.
I mean, you're more than welcome to, but I do know.
No, if everybody's heard it, then everybody's heard it. That's fine. I'll save it for another day.
So
I'm a by blood, but never practiced, and don't intend to start Jew.
So all of the occurrences when it comes to, not necessarily all of them. How do you view the history? Like, do you view all of the documents, all of the scriptures as if they are speaking of something that either is occurring in the present or to the future? Because I mean, I consider stories like David, and then the king, and some of the actual like historical stories versus some of the older stories like that are in Genesis. Like, do you like separate the two like from each other, or is it all occurring like later?
Here's what I think happened. And let me preface this by saying some things are salvific and some things aren't. And if somebody wants to disagree with me on this, I don't think they're damned to hell or anything. And I don't think that if I don't agree with them, I'm damned to hell, because it's just not a salvation issue. Believing on Christ, vicarious redemption, resurrection, into life, seated at the right hand of the Father, that's redemptive. Things like this are not. Okay, having said that, what do you know is true about, and I mean in any way that it could be true or is true or was true? George Washington, when he was just a lad, found himself an axe one day and went out into the yard and cut down his dad's cherry tree. Now, being the only child in the house, his father was not confused. And he went to young little George and said, George, did you cut down my cherry tree? Now, everyone, we must bear in mind that today fruit trees are very easy to get. They're not highly, highly valuable. They're pretty much a dime a dozen. Not back then. A cherry tree was like having a Lamborghini. That's about the same. And George said, Father, I cannot tell a lie. I did cut down the cherry tree. Now talk to me about that story.
From what I understand, that wasn't a true story.
Okay, what do you mean by it wasn't a true story?
So it was, okay, that's a good point. It was a story that was made up. It is a story.
It's like
it
a
is
parable.
a true story.
Okay, it truly is a story, but it's
Yeah.
not historically accurate.
Right.
Is there any other way that it's true or false?
I think it's about man.
It's talking about ethics or
It's an
morality.
illustrative story. Yeah.
It's an illustrative story. Okay, now I didn't know George Washington. By now, it's hard to figure out who he was. But could he have been that honest at 7 years old?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then that story would be true.
It's about an honest boy.
Right.
Well, it's about a boy that probably looked around and said, who else would have done it? And obviously, my father is.
Oh, even if there was no cherry tree, that also doesn't matter to the story.
So are you saying that, well, not saying, but pointing out that the story is as true today as it was back whenever it was first came up with?
No, that's talking about the Bible being a living word, which, by the way, I think is either personal bias or observation about human nature being unchanging.
Okay.
In that way, it is a living word.
Okay.
What's the hand sign for?
Thus the paradox, when humans are simultaneously the solution and God's the solution. Obedience to God is the solution. But when people being obedient or not being obedient is the problem and is the solution, but also the problem when they reject obedience, how do you square the circle?
Right. Really and you're getting into the kind of things Shakespeare noticed about the Bible.
Right.
Really. And congratulations.
The character is as important, if not more important, to the story than the storyteller or the writer himself.
Okay, so Brick, would you happen to know the percentages of actual people in places we've found versus people in places we never have found that are mentioned in the Bible?
I mean, I don't know the percentages.
What do you think it is?
So the average amount or percentage wise of people in population throughout history that actually have been characters in the Bible.
No. That's not my question.
Okay.
For instance, did we ever find a Pontius Pilate? Because he's mentioned in the Bible. Did he ever really exist? Yes.
Yes.
We found a Pontius Pilate who held that position at that time in that place.
In other historical documents. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay. Versus Lot's wife. We never found Lot's wife.
No.
We never found a pillar of salt that looks like a human being. We never found that.
Right.
Go ahead.
I think there was some speculation that they found that area where Sodom and Gomorrah was. And they found
There
large
is
amounts
a
of sulfur
large
there.
deposits of white sulfur that is highly unusual, must have come from outer space. True.
Well, the effects of it could have been propagated from outer space. The result manifested on the Earth.
Let me find a new way to phrase that. That don't normally occur on this planet.
Right, without the introduction of something that would be foreign to, like Jewish space
Correct.
lasers, for example, right?
For instance, as an example, yes. Or something from God. However, it could have just been a comet or a series of comets. It doesn't have to have come from God. There are no structures there. Structures there in that part of the world built in that time frame were normally built of stone. Even poor people used rocks to build stuff. You would expect to see some remnant of a town. There's none. So Mr. Wyatt and his son found sulfur. Applause, applause.
Question for you. In the Bible, when Elijah, is it Elijah or Elijah? Who called fire down and killed like a whole bunch of enemies of God and then ran away from was it Jezebel? Because she was gonna murder him. He like killed a whole bunch of like an army by calling down the fire from God.
That would be of the actual God, or Elijah. Meaning Jehovah.
Right. So he called down fire and destroyed a large group of enemies, right? All at once. Can we do the study? Can we find out if that translates to Jewish space lasers? G2's in the chat. That sounds an awful lot like Jewish space lasers to me.
Peace and respect, G2, and also El Perro. Hotep, brother. Okay, so my point is this, Brick. There are things that we know are true in history in that part of the world and of that time frame. We also know there are things that are untrue that are claimed in the Bible of that time frame and from those people. For instance, the complete obliteration of a people, the absolute 100% without exception wiping out of a people. Now, how do we know that didn't happen? Because the Jews were trading with them and still are. And the Jews have been alongside those people the whole time. And the Jews have no history of a war with them. And those people have no history of a war with the Jews. None.
So which people would you be referring to?
I think one particular case would be the Amalekites.
The Amalekites? Are the Amalekites in existence today?
Yes.
There are people called the Amalekites today?
Unless I'm confusing two names that are foreign, yes.
Because I don't know of a people group called the Amalekites that live today.
Well, it's just a tribe. Are there descendants of the people of those tribes? Yes.
Who claim to be Amalekites?
Well, come on, man. What do you want me to do? There was no DNA sequencing back then.
Well, my problem also is that there are people who claim to be all sorts of things today. I mean, that just the claim that you're that people group doesn't mean that you are that people group. People in this country claim to be part of people groups.
But Brick, that's an argument from ignorance. We can't know whether or not they actually are. But the larger point in what I'm saying is it matters to Christians because the way that they read it, and it matters to Jews because it's Old Testament, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't matter to the people. They wouldn't say, oh, you're wrong, thereby your religion is wrong because, look, I'm an Amalekite. It wouldn't be worth it.
But does that prove the accuracy of the people who are claiming that they are such?
Well, it says there's an article right there, and it's got a bunch of really cool Hebrew words. It says Hoshana Rabbah blog Midrash with Nathan Lawrence, and it says the Amalekites are alive and well on planet Earth today. I got it in the private. It's in Deuteronomy 25:19. Blot out the Amalek.
Oh, I got the name right.
Okay. So if you want to, you want to pull this up? I'm actually going to go upstairs and I'm going to christen some eggnog with some Old Foresters and a little bit of cinnamon on top, and I will be right down. But I'm going to listen.
Right on.
While we're doing.
Okay,
that.
so
I will not be drunk though. I will not be drunk.
Good. So Brick, my point isn't just the Amalekites, or just that the city of Nazareth doesn't have a wall, and that's literally what the name means.
Okay.
Or that it actually needs to be a wall of rotating gates. Like the wall rotates and has gates in it. That's
right.
what the word Nazareth would mean. Or I don't know, any number of things. No evidence of a large group of Hebrews ever crossing the Sinai. But I'm not saying the stories aren't true. The question is, in what way do you mean true? Well, I think there's some of the stories that are historically accurate. I think others are not. But I think all of them are true in that they're talking about a more important topic, and they're using natural surroundings of the people at the time to talk about that larger topic being salvation in heaven.
Okay.
Now, it's evidently true that people have looked at, say, Pontius Pilate as an antichrist. Would you agree, disagree, don't care?
Pontius was, yeah, I would care. Definitely, I would care. Because I, contrary to what people might believe, I do care about other people. Pontius, to me, was not an antichrist.
Okay, because the Jews who did the demanding, and because he said, "I wash my hands of this."
I mean, I can't. To be honest with you, I couldn't really say what is and isn't an antichrist, right? To be honest with you, even if it came down to it, like perhaps there were Jews who were involved with the proceeding of putting Jesus to death, that doesn't necessarily equate them to being antichrist. Right?
I've really got a hope for what you're going to say next. Go ahead.
So, I mean, obviously, Paul is a good example, right? But, you know, there's obviously someone else who has to make that decision. So I'm not in that position, but also because at that time when Jesus was put to death, those men who put him to death did not die at that time. So their minds could have been changed and could have, you know, they could have come back, you know, to the
another good point. Did the Roman soldier repent? It's always a good question.
Right. And that, you know, that's the idea that I have with Pontius, because I look at his attitude at the time, right? And at that time, he actually asked Jesus the very question, what is truth, right?
Yes.
And I hope that people understand what he meant by that. Ultimately, I could explain what my view of that is that he was asking basically, you know, that everybody has their own view of truth. And so he's looking at Jesus after, you know, Jesus, you know, is talking to him, and he says, well, you know, you've got your viewpoint, I've got my viewpoint. What is truth to anybody? Right. And so his viewpoint may have been that at that time, but I know for a fact that I have changed my viewpoint on many things in my life, and still to this day
and probably
change.
Will some more.
Yeah. It keeps changing. And so for Pilate, was he forgiven? I don't know. I cannot say.
So we can't conclusively say, and that's an honest answer that's fairly well thought out, and I appreciate that. I was hoping that's what you would say.
Yes, sir.
Just like of Judas, who can say?
Who can say?
He went on. He lived on.
Apparently.
We'd have to get into translation conversation again. Okay, so my overarching point in having said some of these things are true in history, others are not, but all of the meanings of the stories tell a truth. regardless of whether now they happened in history or not. So I don't think it's discrediting to the Bible to say that thing didn't actually happen, unless you read it as necessarily historically true. In which case, it would be saying things that we know are not true.
Well, yeah, because it comes down to like, so I well, put it this way, like B.S. Lewis is positing Peter said something about Judas and it wasn't good. However, just
Depends on how
because
you read it.
just because that was Peter's view of it, that doesn't mean that was somebody else's view of it, right? I mean,
Yeah,
even
it's not necessarily even God's point of view to say Peter had a point of view.
exactly. What does Peter's view matter when Peter's the one who denied
Now,
Christ?
personally, I read Peter as being perfectly accurate, but using the reference the way the people did so that they could keep up with what he was saying.
Gotcha.
Which has nothing to do with what he believes.
And using it for self-correction is fine. And perhaps even correction of your brethren and the children and that sort of thing. But to use it as like a weapon against another man, it seems a little bit.
I'll give you another for instance of the same thing. Jesus says, in that day, it will be as the days of Noah. Well, what's the days of Noah? The flood, Noah and the flood, right? But then the Bible says, I'm not going to flood the earth twice.
Right.
So who's right, God or Jesus? Or maybe we're just reading it dumbly.
Right. And that is a pretty well regarded as to understanding that it was, something else than the flood.
Right.
Yeah. People generally understand that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people who quote it poorly in bad understanding without real effort, which it can be done relatively easy. To understand it can be relatively easy, I think. Will say things like, "Oh, that's a contradiction.
Mm-hmm.
That God said there won't be a second flood, and Jesus saying it'll be as in the days of Noah." Well, read the rest of it, and it says how it will be like the days of Noah, not in a great big giant water flood, but in lots of people doing their own thing.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm glad you said that. You read my mind.
So to bring it back to the Tower of Babel and the internet, right? Kind of the way that I view that, because I don't know if that tower is necessarily like a 5G tower. I don't know if that's kind of the thing. It seems to me that like the
that's the
description
problem,
of it,
Jonesy. There is no word tower in the original story.
right? That is true. It's a reference to the tile and the bitumen.
Okay, so
bitumen, but it's like
the word bitumen isn't there either.
I know. Right. So I could insert.
They just put that in there.
Right. I could insert just as much as the person who put tower in there. Right.
Right. Yeah. It's like saying tower is like saying Trinity. The traditional view of it is there. The word is not. Right. Now here's what's interesting to me. And when I wrote white tile, that's a literal translation of the original word. Now, what's the difference between a brick and a tile?
A tile is a flat, like it's a thinner brick, basically.
Right. Which is why they translated it as brick. The word can't mean brick. It can't.
Why is that?
They just thought already they're trying to build something toward God to replace God, like a physical tower. So they thought, well, it'd be ridiculous to make it out of tile. They must have meant brick. So they wrote the word brick. That word brick is not in the definition at all. It means thin, pale tile. More like a floor tile. Something more like that.
Okay.
And pale can mean anything from like gray through tan to sort of shades of white or even green. That's what that's what pale means.
And then the other thing was the gooey, what was it? I forget how you worded it.
The slime pits.
The slime pit, right. So it's tile in a slime pit.
No,
Okay.
No, it says the existence of the tile made slime pits.
The existence of the tile
Made slime pits.
slime pits. Okay, and in a tile factory, you do get slime. That is true.
You could, but when I looked up the word slime pit, what it meant was a water puddle where there was soft soil in the basin of it.
Right.
And someone had let the blood of an animal into that water, and it had begun to rot. That's what slime pit means.
How about something along the lines of an art class where they're doing sculptures and they're making tiles, and the tiles are obviously made of whatever, clay probably, and then because of that, there's now basically a pit, a floor full of slime.
And that's another scenario. And I really should have started you guys at the beginning of the story, and I didn't. And I really now realize I did you a great disservice.
No,
because
this is a Christmas story, Richard. This is Santa Claus and his Keebler elves are making us. We're in a factory. And we're all being milded and made into clay. That's why I'm so handsome and most people are so ugly. They ran out of good clay. And I'm incredibly humble too. Don't forget.
Yes,
that.
of course. Everyone grants that. I really did you guys a great disservice by not reading the preceding couple paragraphs, where it makes it clear that this tower is built through everyone using the final language. Now, would anyone know what the final language is?
Yeah, it's ones and zeros, binary.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Bible says that
before I even
everyone had to use the same language, which was the final language.
Well, I don't know about that, because the ones and zeros have been around for a very, very long time.
How are they? How is mathematics and binary by implication not the terminate language? Because the Hebrew word says the terminate language.
Just because we didn't understand it as the terminate language or the language that started and ended it all, everything comes in full circle. Things are either yes or they're no.
I think that was a fallacious question. I don't think it's reasonable for me to ask you what else could it mean.
I mean, I appreciate the use of logic. I do. I believe it's useful. It's a tool, though. It's not definitive.
No. It's not saying that logic is definitive. It's saying that mathematics is definitive.
But mathematics is based upon logic.
No, it's not.
Well, then what is it?
You can express logic mathematically. Mm-hmm. That doesn't make mathematics based on logic. So mathematics is applicable mathematics. Evidential mathematics is just observations about reality.
So then why ones and zeros?
Because it's either true or false.
That's math. That's not mathematics. That's logic.
It's truth and lie. It's order and chaos. It's the yin and the yang of everything. It's hot and it's cold. It's I don't know, the ultimate. I like where your head's at, but yeah.
Brick, I'm learning to not underestimate you. So I want you to give more space, and I ask you to use more words.
Okay, so ones and zeros in terms of technology is based upon yes and no. The problem with that is that there's not always a yes and no. There is a black and white. And so what I mean by that is that it is observable to see electrons in two places at once and simultaneously.
Oh, that's not the same thing at all, brother. That's not the same thing at all. Okay, how did those two things get put together? Okay, so I know that computers in binary code are essentially using extremely simple mathematics and logic gates. Solid state logic, not switches. I understand all that. But the terminate language is not binary code and has nothing to do with computers. It would exist as the final language if computers had never been. And to say that mathematics is computer programming is kind of like saying all bugs are insects. But bugs, of course, is the larger group. Insects is a subcategory, and that would not be true. So I think when the ancient Hebrew language said terminate language and they translated that as all one language, first of all, that's bad translating because it doesn't mean the same thing. And that as an aside, there's never been any place on the earth, especially the ancient Near East, where everyone spoke the same language. That just never did happen. But that's an aside.
Can I?
But at least theoretically, the last language that could be used anywhere, which is why SETI and space observatories are trying to read things in mathematical code, is because it wouldn't matter what language you speak. You could still use mathematics to communicate across languages.
In human form, or in
No.
You mean like in biological form?
It's
Biological
true.
form.
It's true. It's true across the board.
It wouldn't matter what kind of a sentient you are from where.
So gravity has a constant, right?
Actually,
no. Our understanding of gravity.
It's close to a constant.
Exactly my point. So light has a constant, right?
No.
Right.
Rick, I get the point. Okay. But a planet equals one planet. That's mathematics.
I just want to point out, by the way, I'm not against you, Rick, and I'm not for you, Richard. I'm trying to suss this out. I like that we're interrogating each other back and forth, because I don't feel like I necessarily have a dog in a fight other than wanting to get to the truth, but I'm finding this to be very fascinating for my brain. And what I meant by that, even though it's the terminus language, that the fact that it will be there in the end means that it was always in there in the beginning. Just our ability to perceive it might have been muted.
That's the way I feel about it. That's
right.
That's literally the way I feel about it. Right. So
that's kind of what Richard's saying is it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the sentient of the being. Mm-hmm. It would be true across the board. Just your ability to perceive it might be muted or dulled, or you might be oblivious to it.
The way you perceive it would be different. But there's certain things that are just objective and observable.
Right.
Like 1 + 1 will equal 2 in any language at any time by any kind of sentient being.
And not to slam the brakes on this, if at some point in time it might be a quick answer, it might require some exploration on another episode. But you I know that you think there have been many messiahs or many Christs, right?
Well, many earths, each one getting their own savior.
Okay, so the interesting thing for me is that the Antichrist is, there's the colloquial term of anyone that would be against Christ.
Sure.
Or the Antichrist. And I'm trying to figure out, like, when you say was that some people might have viewed Pontius Pilate as the Antichrist. Well, what about the people that tacked him to the cross when he said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do"? Is there forgiveness for the Antichrist if he doesn't ask for or repent? I think the answer to that would have to be no, right? I mean, isn't it already written from the end of the beginning?
Could Christ's sacrifice apply to the beast of Satan or the Antichrist? Yes, it could. It would if he could accept it. However, part of the point is that he's so far gone, he would never, ever repent.
So then, thus, the concept of being given over to a reprobate mind, right? So God has given them over to things that aren't right or aren't convenient, right? Or that. So the question of and I liked where Brick was going with that. The same thing with Saul, the same thing with Peter, and I liked how the story of it is like it's a testimony, a testimony, a testimony, a testimony, and to me, it's a testimony of growth, of being buoyed by being around Christ, and then yet still failing, being buoyed again by repenting and accepting and going and doing the works that you were told to go do with the faith that that was required. And to me, the Gospels feel more like like Brick was saying, and like you were saying, it's an opportunity to show, here's my story, here's my arc, here's how I started off. I obeyed, I followed him immediately when he asked me to. Here's where I stumbled. Here's where I got back up. Here's where I proceeded. Here's where I stumbled. Here's where I got back up. And here's how my story ended. And so I don't know that there would be redemption for the Antichrist, because it's antithetical to Christ. Every part of it would be against Christ.
He's the only one that the Bible says of this earth is damned. He's the only one it says that about.
So I don't think Pontius Pilate was damned. I don't think anything that he did. And I think when Jesus said, "Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do," I think that included Pontius Pilate, who I thought actually treated Jesus very fairly.
Yeah, a person could say that. Or he was being more manipulative than people think. But still, I agree with Brick in his assessment to say something like not hearing the end of his life and then assuming Pontius Pilate did not repent at some point. We just don't know. Did Judas feel sorry enough and then, although he even knew it was necessary, guilty enough that he'd ended his own life and quote unquote still called today the field of blood? And did he repent? Well, these things we'll know when we're in heaven and not a moment before. So I'm kind of with Brick on that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I just don't know. I can't say. I got the 30,000 foot view, but 35,000, man, I just can't reach it.
Just out of reach. Just right there.
It is, man.
Yeah.
I just need more helium for my Saddleloons from my NASA hoax.
But yeah. Going back to the conversation before the derail, to me, a language isn't necessarily binded by writing, right? So,
well, no, some languages are not written,
or even perspective, right? So human perspective, I should say. Language does have to have a perspective, obviously. But if it's going to be a perspective, it would have to be from the one who created language. If it's going to be that definitive language.
Have you never heard of math as the terminate language, the final language? Have you never heard of that, or do you just disagree? And if so, why? Because it makes perfect sense to me.
I do disagree. And
why?
I've not heard specifically that, but I've heard something similar, which is that that math or logic and that sort of thing is like, those are definitive, right? Mathematics is definitive. You know, everything is based upon.
Well, some mathematics are experimental, and then set theory points out where math fails. But mathematics. Okay, so some people will assert, and I think it's false, that mathematics is created by man. I think that's false. Okay. I think we do not create math. We discover maths. And to put it very, very basically, and to the limit of my understanding of mathematics, because I'm not a math teacher and I'm not that good at it, never needed to be. If every one of my cuts is 20 and 1/2 inches, now let's do something that we actually use, is 14 and 1/2 inches to go between 16-inch studs on center, right? And I also have saw kerf, and that puts me at 14 and 5/8 in actual wood length. And I multiply that out. How many can I get out of an 8-foot board? Well, obviously, I'm not going to get to use all 8 feet of it. Plus, I've got a number left over. Plus, I've got saw curve. So what am I actually going to get out of it? 5. I'm going to get 5. And that's just how it works out. Okay.
Right.
And then I got like an 8-inch chunk that's left over. And I'm missing about 1 1/4 inches of wood after all the cuts.
Hey, 8 inches ain't all that bad. I'm just saying.
I never had a woman complain either. But anyway, that being aside from the point.
Just use it for the medicine cabinet.
Okay, so it's always true that if I have a 14 5/8 cut, I'm only going to get so many cuts out of a 96-inch board. That will always be true no matter what language I use, no matter what kind of ruler I use. None of those things matter. And that's what they're saying when they're saying that mathematics is the determinate language. It's really not getting into like superposition of electrons.
Yeah, well, here's another way to look at it. So mathematics and logic as well works really good for deduction. Let's go back to that, huh? But it doesn't work good for ascension.
What do you mean by ascension?
Brick is going to say the final language is love. I know it. I know it, and I agree.
Well,
with
that's not.
I kind of agree with it. Which leads to peace, which is the end of all things. Am I there?
I agree.
Was going to be there as well.
And I agree with all that.
Yes,
and
you
it's
got
a beautiful
me, bro.
sentiment, and it's true in reality. Okay, and it's true in reality. The only problem I'm having with it, it's not the topic that's at hand.
Oh, that's
now, all those things are true
for you, Richard.
Well, it is because we're talking about the language, right? So that's kind of why I was talking. Well, because you mentioned the Tower of Babel and those tiles and that substance that was the I forget how you worded it, but because what it is to me is that people are trying to scribe their names into history for their own personal love gain of themselves. So when I look at all of the context, I always look at it from that point of view is, everything belongs to the creator. Well, if that's the case and someone goes against that idea, right?
Yeah.
Then what they're doing is they're trying to put love on themselves. And that to me is antithetical to what the Bible is teaching.
Okay.
Love should radiate outward. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Got somebody backstage. You have a different username than channel name. I also don't recognize your icon. You're going to have to do something to show me you're a live human being who wasn't recorded. So I'm going to need you to bring your camera on. I'm going to let you kill the camera before we bring you up. You'll have more opportunity, more than plenty of time to do that. Peace and respect based oracle. Yes, lots of words to you too, sir. But you're going to have to turn on your mic there, backstage person calling themselves Howdy. And you're going to have to give me a thumbs up with your left hand in front of your face.
See, based oracle is going to argue that you have to love yourself. That love shouldn't be outward, that it needs to be inward.
He also would say that love is a series of appropriate actions, in which case I agree with him. That's the word biblical love. It's being appropriate at the time. Okay, so I want to share this with you because I did you guys kind of a disservice. I really should have gone to this part first. And you'll notice I'm not using the translation that I made. This is the actual. Now, it doesn't matter which one, King James, etc., because all of it refers back to the same set of original writings. So let's just look at this, what it says here. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. Okay. So let's look at that. Haya eretz, kol eretz, haya sapa, ahad sapa, debar ahad debar. Okay? And which means, so you see it repeated a lot, actually. You got Haya, which here is translated as was, and up here it's translated as and you have eretz, who's translated as the, and here it's translated as earth, and then you got promise, which is translated as and of, and down here as speech, but actually means promise, and ehad does mean essentially one. That's fine. Okay, but let's look at the word language. And all of the earth was of one language. Let's just look at one language. Akkad, based in Akkad, which means unify. Okay? So it's the idea of being in unity. United, in what way? To be one. Right? Like the word united. As an ordinal, like no choice. As an ordination, no choice about it. And then we get into like usages and stuff like that. Language. Probably from safa, which means to scrape or to shave, right? But usually used figuratively. To accumulate or increase, or cast away, to scatter, remove, ruin. Okay? In shafa, a variation of the same word. Again, it means to abrade, to make bare. All right, so it's the idea of clean and simple. From Soph, just a second, person backstage. I'll get to you just as soon as I'm done with this. Please bear with me. To be snatched away, to terminate. Okay, so all of those words make the idea of clean, simple, no choice termination. Okay? If you think I'm being unfair about it, just say so.
No, these are all acceptable for me.
It's through the idea of termination. That's why I keep saying terminate language, because that's what it literally reads as. That's what it actually reads is. Everyone on the firm earth, absolutely everyone on the earth, had no choice except that they used the final language of promise, one to another promise.
Sounds like love.
Yeah, unifying promise.
Based Oracle, who is actually the based Oracle. Peace and respect, and welcome.
Hey.
Okay, so, I mean, the terminate language doesn't have to be mathematics, and we don't need to argue over mathematics, but what the text literally says is they used the terminate language. If we want to argue over whether or not that's mathematics, I'm okay with that.
So, like, remember it talks about the angels are up in heaven saying, holy, 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 holy is the Lord, over and over and over again?
Sort of.
So if that were to happen on earth, that would be the kingdom maybe coming to earth. Maybe that is the final language, is just glorifying the Lord. I don't know. I just throwing it out there. It sounds ridiculous when I said it out loud, but we'll leave it out there.
Sounded better in my head. Okay, so here's my argument for that generally, but to be specific about it. If I take a picture of a child at an amusement park, say a theme park like water or something, And I take a picture of that kid sliding down the slide. He's got his hands in the air, his mouth's wide open. He's obviously screaming, and his eyes are closed. You know, it's a really good snapshot. It really expresses a lot. But the kid doesn't stay that way. Even after the picture was done being exposed, he kept sliding on down the slide. He did close his mouth eventually, especially while plunging into the water at the bottom of the slide, etc. Went on with life. That night he slept. But I didn't get a picture of him sleeping because that's boring. And I think that's what's going on in the book of Revelation, and what Christians have taken a snapshot and decided that it's made of elastic and stretched it out in both directions for eternity, both into the past and into the future, and that's what angels do. Now, just because that's what angels do during end times doesn't mean that's what angels do. Just saying.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying about the final language. If that's what they're doing during end times. No, actually, they're up in heaven doing it nonstop, right? According to the Bible, or was that in end times? See, this is how ignorant I am to the Bible.
No, that's a translation.
Okay.
That's all that they do. It's a translation thing, actually.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense then. I withdraw the statement then.
Did you bring thoughts, or are you adding as you go based oracle?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, then. What do you think about mathematics as determinate language based?
Well, for starters, I'm a big fan of math. Always been very drawn to math. Don't quite understand the language aspect you're referring to.
Well, what I was trying to say is that mathematics, despite cultures, despite languages, despite anything, mathematics is objectively true of reality, and thereby mathematics can be used to describe, well, almost anything.
Yeah. But interestingly, what was it? Terrence Howard proved that 2 + 2 = 5 or 7 or whatever it was on Rogan, not too long ago, kind of made stories, and I wasn't quite keeping up with how he did that, but in theory, I agree with you. I'm just saying that apparently
2
some
+ 2
people
can be
have
more than
defied
5 if the value of 2 is very, very high. For instance, 2.999 plus 2.9999 is much higher than 5.
Right, but that wouldn't be 2 + 2. That would be 2.99.
Right, and that's how they're cheating.
Well, here's the way you can do it without cheating. Okay.
Be honest.
2 + 2 can equal 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.5 plus 0.5. Now that's 4 0.5s. Therefore, 2 + 2 = 4, right? In that manner. But what if you have 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4? Now you've got 5 0.4s. Therefore, you've got how many? 5. So 2 + 2 equals 5.
No, if that were the game, I could divide it infinitely. I can divide 2 + 2 infinitely, and 2 + 2 = infinite.
That's right. And that's where mathematics does.
But fail. I don't think that's where the math trick.
No, that was the language. That was how you turned the words, because you got rid of 2 and introduced 0.4, and then somehow referenced it back to 2, which didn't make any sense.
Because as I stated, 2 + 2 equals 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4.
No,
so 0.4 is introduced.
The sum. No, hold on. It doesn't equal 0.4 plus 0.4. It equals the sum of 4. And if you could add up to 4 a different way, then you could say the sum of that adds up to what also equals to 2.
So imagine
or
5,
4, whatever it was.
5 apples, right? And you've cut them into 4/10 and 6/10, right? Okay. So we separate all of the 4/10. Now we've got 5 items on the table at 4/10. Right. They're items, right?
So he's saying, what if there are 4 items in this group plus the 1 item in that group? It's 2 groups equals 5. I don't know. Is that what
No,
you're saying?
No, no.
This is a word game, all right?
Yeah,
if
it's-
if
it
it's
is-
representing
it's a word
something that's a
game.
different number, it's not the number.
It is
Right.
a word
And
game.
I'm having a cigarette, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. You guys enjoy the word games.
Oh shit. Yeah, we'll be good.
Yeah, everyone's
It
leaving.
i- it is a word game. However, for me, why I'm saying that mathematics can fail is because you can add words in. You can add other variables.
That's
Whereas,
not math failing. Hold on. That's not math failing. That's
Mhm.
language failing.
Yes and no. Yes
No,
and
it's
no.
not yes and no. It's simply what I just said. You're using words and wordage to change the meaning. So it's not a problem with the math itself. It's a problem with how you're describing it, the words that you're using, the language.
This is
I know.
true.
I know it's true. I said it.
This is true. But what is truth? No, but when I say that I've got 5 items, right? And those 5 items equal to 4. Explain.
Are equal to 4?
Yes, those 5 items are equal to 4. Explain.
They are equal to 5 items.
No, the
Yeah,
5
items is equal to 5
given,
items. But you could say it equals to.
It's not enough information, correct? I have
Well,
not given you the
No, you did give
information about
enough
the 5 items.
information.
Well, it sounds a little bit like Bush's fuzzy math meets Common Core. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I don't mean this disrespectful. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm trying to. And again, to Base's point, language is the failing aspect of it. How are you conveying it so that it can be understood?
Yeah, you're saying, Brick, that for instance, 5 items that are 0.8, 0.8, 5 times 0.8 would equal 4. However, you cannot have 0.8 of an item. Now, I could have 0.8 of a serving, right? But I can't have half of an apple, right? It would be half of the apple that it started at, but it's still an apple. Even if I cut it in half, each half is an apple. You could say, well, it's half an apple, but it's still an apple. It's not less of an apple. It's just less volume of an apple. It's less material of an apple, but it's still an apple. It doesn't change the fact that it is still an item.
Okay,
it still is what you said.
Let's change the object. Let's use balls.
Zebras.
Not nuts, balls. Like just literally just play like round things. I'm not trying to be gross here. Okay.
Yeah, nuts and balls. Okay.
We shave off a fourth of it, right? It's still a ball.
What?
You shave off a piece of it, right? And it's still in the shape of a ball, right? It's still a ball, right?
Oh, you shave your balls?
There it goes.
Hold on.
Bro, what did this have to do with anything? And how does shaving your nuts have anything to do with it being a quarter of a nut?
Let's try to use a different.
Or a ball.
Okay. A blade of grass.
He's using your example of an apple. He's just saying it can no longer be bounced as a ball, used as a ball. I don't think it can no longer suit the purpose of what a ball would have been used for, which I don't know.
It can be if it's still in the shape of a ball, right? In the shape of a sphere. How about we'll use the word sphere? Okay, sphere, right?
Is this sphere made of mercury and you take a tenth of it off?
Right. You can take a piece
Let's use
of
mercury.
the sphere away, and it's still shaped like a sphere. Therefore, your items are still count, right? They're still to the count. However, they're not the same size.
So let's take a square, right? You take a square, you cut it in half diagonally, and now you have 2 triangles.
Okay.
Or you cut it in half vertically or horizontally, and now you have 2 rectangles, right?
Yep.
So you would have 2 items that came from one item.
Right.
Yeah, I understand that, but that doesn't defy the logic of math. Because we've given it a new label. Now the number of items, the math involved, we just described. Nothing changed, other than if you cut it in half, you can make 1 item turn into 2. But that doesn't change math.
What changes is viewpoint, perspective.
Perspective.
Right. Right.
Sure. But in perspective, a pound is a pound, an ounce is an ounce. If you cut it in half, now you have half an ounce, half a pound, whatever.
This is why when you talk about human perspective, math fails. Because perspective,
You're saying binarily? It always fails when talking about human perspective?
not always, but it does
so
fail sometimes.
you're saying
yes.
sometimes it fails?
Right.
Okay, I agree. Sometimes it can be inadequate to describe.
Right. So
Sure.
as a final language, like this is what we're going to determine everything and solely everything on. If you do that, perspective doesn't come into play at all.
I agree. Well,
not actually, I shouldn't say at all.
Perspective.
It fails. Okay. It fails sometimes, right?
Sure. But we have logic and emotions, right? Is that kind of what you're referencing?
Well,
is that there's a balance to things, that logic, that math is not the end-all be-all language.
For the purpose of this conversation, I will secede emotions.
Damn right, you'll secede.
I say viewpoint, but yes. So yeah, because of perception, unfortunately, math cannot be relied upon for everything in reality.
Why is that unfortunate, Brick?
It's unfortunately the case because we as humans want to have definitive. We do. I mean, it's just.
I disagree with you. Think about movies or shows. Okay. The ones that do the best are never definitive. They always leave doors open and questions. They leave suspense.
That is true.
Sure.
That is true.
Well, however, though, we do always seek to complete a pattern or see a pattern, whether it's in
clouds.
We
eventually want to see a completion.
But we're never happy once we get it.
Right. No, I agree. No, I agree.
Right. So the grass is greener, or so
but a pattern. But a pattern would be an attribute of trying to mathematically put a jigsaw, a fraction into a whole. That would be my argument.
There is one position of language that I could getting closer that I could say is definite. And that is what GS already knew that I was going to get to, which is love. And in that piece, and I posited also hope and those types of things that aren't emotion, by the way. Those aren't emotions. Those are...
What did you say? How did you preface it? You started...
Yep.
What about them?
So the conversation revolved around the final language. D-Doc had posited that he believes, from what I understand, that it's mathematics, right?
Yes.
Terminate. Yeah.
That's it.
Terminate. And it should, I mean, it to a degree, I could see that. But somewhere along the line, math does fail, and that is about perspective.
Yeah, I don't think that it fails. I think that it's not, as we were just saying, it's not all encompassing. It's not the end all be all. Okay.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call that failure. Right?
Much better.
You use a hammer for what a hammer is meant to do. If you try to unscrew something with a hammer, you're probably going to have a tough time. Right? But that doesn't mean the hammer failed. It maybe means it was the wrong tool for whatever job was at hand.
Exactly. Yep.
I don't think the fault is in the math. I think the fault is often in the computations of the mathematician or the biases that they bring to the table.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but that fault isn't in the math, though. That's the point. The math will be the maths. That's what math does. That's all math does.
Yeah.
Now, with that said, we can be accurate mathematically. I can tell you something that's very accurate mathematically speaking that invokes in you, let's just say, a disproportionate amount of fear or disproportionate amount of whatever it is, right? And so my point is, we can be accurate with math, but sort of coming from a dishonest place.
Yes. Here's a question. Can math be wrong?
Wrong math can be wrong.
Can you explain what you mean by, like, we can, with math, we can, but I forget exactly, but be dishonest. Are you talking about like misogynist statistics or leaving certain variables out in order to get the conclusion you're seeking?
Let me think of. All right, here's an example. I'll try to come up with one real quick.
Sure.
Let's say in the U.S., right? We're all in the U.S. that there are 600 deadly snake bites per year, probably mostly in the South, right? And there isn't that many at this point in time, but at one point in time there was, I guess,
Okay.
maybe. So, anyways, if I put on the news every day about these snake bites, that's 2 a day, and it's showing people dying of snake bites every day, twice a day, it's going to put people generally in fear. This is a fact, it's not even a variable. Meanwhile, if that is in fact accurate, it's sort of dishonest, right, to flash that as the main story. Because if we look at the rest of the picture that we could mathematically look at, that's not even in the top 100 causes of death. Not even in the top 100. And if you take the top 100 and then add that in, now we're talking, it's not 1/100th of the deaths. It's more like 1/millionth of the top 100 deaths. So the point is, I could be accurate in showing it and demonstrating it, but it could be dishonest in the big picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like that. And that's actually kind of what I was kind of pointing to, is that, other than just like the kind of the dumb math, right? Is that we can have an accuracy. We can be literally pinpoint accuracy, but because of our own biases and perspective, we present these things that are accurate in an inaccurate manner.
Sure, right.
And yeah.
Hello, gentlemen.
And what up, Batman? So
Batman.
let me give one more example here. Right, I talk about and get into food and health a bit, so I'm just going to draw something from that. Is I can say, hey, if you have too much protein in your diet, you're actually going to lower your testosterone, and that's based on science, right? Meanwhile, if you tell that to the average American just blanketly, it's true. That is a fact. However, the average American is only getting, out of the 3 macronutrients, protein being one, the average American man is getting about 10 to 15% of their calories from protein. So the point is, they're deficient. Now, the fact is, if you have too much, it is bad for you. It is bad for you. But most people aren't even close to too much. They're not even getting enough, right? So I can be accurate, but again, coming from a dishonest place to paint a dishonest picture.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, and if you don't introduce the caveat, then it's the dishonesty. Yeah.
Right. And we see this with politics, although a lot of times they're being dishonest, even in what they're saying, it's not accurate. But let's take instances where politician XYZ was saying a bunch of facts. They were true, whether it was about Medicare, Medicaid, tax
employment
reform,
rates.
tax code, whatever it was. And meanwhile, they could have been spitting some facts, but they were facts that happened to be very convenient to their position. But in the big picture, let's just say objectively, if there is, we could look at it and say, yeah, but that's a distortion of reality.
And so let's go back to the positive for a minute. So especially since I heard D-Doc's voice, it sounds like he's back. The real posit was that it's the internet, it's the ones and zeros, it's the binary. Okay. And so when I look at the binary, what I'm seeing is on off, right? The problem with that is that there has to be something in between. There has to be like a distance to travel.
Wait, are you saying there's no true binaries?
Yes.
I disagree.
Okay. So if something can be true,
I can't say that. No, there are true binaries, but if that is the case, there are true binaries. Then they also have to come from a place.
Were you trying to say that some things have a qualification, meaning that it's not just the quantity in the binary of yes or no, but there could be some quality to it? It could be in between. There could be a middle ground to balance.
Yeah.
Some things
Then I would
that's
agree.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, look at those non-binary people. Come on, man.
Peace and
Hello,
respect,
gentlemen.
Odin. Since you have the floor, did you bring anything, or are you jumping in as it goes?
Actually, I did write out something to my friend Brick Jonesey.
Sure.
This is not a criticism. This is just an observation. That I don't know. Maybe it could be useful. So I had written it out in the chat.
They're not
But
criticisms; they're growth opportunities.
I love it.
yes, I think Brick has a very abstract mind. I think he has a parsing issue, basically sorting mental data. I think a methodological way of thinking, should have added way, can be beneficial to help convey some ideas. So the reason why I say that is I will never forget this experience. The first time I jumped in a room, someone asked me to explain my position and justify it. And in my brain, it makes sense, right? But the words I was using was not conveying what's in my brain. And someone told me straight up and down, you're talking bullshit. Go learn philosophy, go learn logic, and learn how to speak. Now, of course, I was offended, right? It's my first time interacting in that environment, right? And I was like, I was so angry. Like, I mean, I cussed at him, but I just
Were you
like,
angry enough to go learn logic?
oh yeah, absolutely,
Good.
yeah. I did not. And it's funny because I did meet that guy again years later, and me and him had a conversation, right? And it was like not only did I understand him from the way how he was speaking to me, because I didn't even understand the question that he asked me at the time, right? Was that now I'm able to speak in a way um, that is more coherent, right? And so you it might not necessarily, I know you don't believe in quote unquote thinking, so to speak, but I know you understand that we do process things, right? So processing is something that we do as humans, right? And so every processing system has a logic in which it operates by, right? Down to your cells and how they divide and how DNA is duplicated, how RNA is used to make proteins, right? And so I think, well, not that I think, it's obvious that we, just being humans, have a system in place. All the laws of logic and stuff like that do is just sharpen those things. So,
I personally would like to vouch that it has greatly improved my life since I started
yeah.
studying logic. Made my life a lot easier.
So it's just a suggestion. I think you have some very interesting ideas, but I think a lot of the times some people might get confused or have issues really understanding what you're trying to convey to them. But that's just something I wanted to say.
That was a good
so we're-
intervention.
So we're on this huge tangent, way off the topic of
I don't
help
think so.
Richard become better at thinking.
No, I think actually it's interesting because that takes us back to mathematically there is a terminate language, right?
There is.
And it's just the ability to try to understand that. Well, maybe that requires abstract thinking, whereas logic thinking actually gets in the way, or vice versa. Meaning, the reason why you stated before that there are as many Christians as there are interpretations of the Bible, thus
Correct.
there's a lack of unity. Is the fault in the text or is the fault in the interpretation? Is the fault in just because a bunch of people like it when I say go Patriots, or if I go to a different stadium wearing a Patriots thing and I say go Patriots, I might get socked in the mouth. You know, it's about. I'm not a big fan of I have to speak in a way that you like me to speak. Otherwise, we don't get along and you're not willing to try to understand me. And I don't think that that's what Batman was saying, but I think the fault might not be in the message conveyed, but the lack of 30,000 foot ability to look at something more abstractly or more big picture. Whereas you want me to be on this narrow logic stream. And if you don't talk to me like that, you sound like a babbling baboon to me, when in fact, he might be the one who's more intellectually superior to you because you need a certain paradigm. Otherwise, you can't function like that person couldn't function with you. And until
But the
and
problem
unless,
with that, sorry, go ahead.
but until and unless I get on that paradigm, I won't be able to communicate with you. So, is my desire to be able to communicate with you, or
Yeah.
so exactly. So
Yeah.
I want to be able to communicate with you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because that's the thing, right? Like I'm able to understand Brick because I do have a mind like his, right? And so I'm able to understand what he's trying to convey and the examples that he'll use to convey ideas, right? But the problem that you run into is when you don't have multiple methods to do so. And well, when I say method, I mean in processing and expressing, right? So I should be able to go to a philosopher who's trained and have a conversation with him, right? And convey a particular idea. Where I should be able to also go to a guy like you, GS, who's not a philosopher, who's very grounded, talks about just shit that he sees and use shit that he sees as examples to convey ideas, right? So that's the ultimate goal, is to be able to talk to everyone, right? And talk about very complicated topics, even the abstract ones, with anyone. I think that's basically what I'm suggesting here.
I think
Yeah.
that philosophy really helped me. And like it's kind of like if you go to the doctor and the doctor is trying to explain to you what they found in whatever medical examination. He could probably speak to you using a lot of Latin terms. And if you knew those Latin terms, he could tell you what's wrong, what's going on a lot quicker, a lot easier. But you need to know that particular proprietary language in order to speak that way with those kinds of persons. But I've found it to be very, very handy online myself.
So my experience is this, right? Is that going to these extreme versions, trying to lay out some, like Gia said, narrow path, that, we must use this language, that language, that has become more divisive than just simply speaking in common terms. And so when I speak, I try not to muddy the water with my own personal beliefs too much. Like, I don't mind expressing that, right, and having that conversation. But in order to find someone else's position, I need to be able to listen. And if I'm just sitting there positing my own beliefs the entire time, what's going to happen is that they're going to get turned off. Just plain and simple, they're going to get turned off. And so what I do is I simply just ask and posit simple concepts. Things like, is math really that accurate? Is logic really that accurate? Are there gray areas? And what I've found typically is that I tend to be right about a lot of stuff because I don't try to drive a wedge. I try to listen and have that conversation and ask those questions. My view of things is, and as you guys may know, that peace is the end of all matters. So I could be right and you could be right. But if we are at peace, then we're both right. And so because of that, we might not find common ground on what we believe on every single thing. But that peace That's more important to me than any kind of being right about my beliefs. Looking at things from that 30,000 foot view is that, right? Caring enough to allow anyone and everyone to say what they need to say. And by doing so, also, when I'm asked, saying, hey, yeah, I believe this or I believe that. There are things that I do believe that probably won't line up with you guys. For instance, for D-Dog, right? When we have these conversations, when he brings me up, there's a lot of things that he believes. I know that he believes in the very physical. Like, these things are just in the physical realm. Short of maybe communication, prayer. That's kind of more of a metaphysical
No, I'm
thing.
sure there's a physical thing going on there too. We just haven't discovered it.
Right. And
Hey, so I know you said we should let everyone talk, Brick, but sometimes I think people should shut the fuck up. And for their own good, I mean that. You know what I mean? But I had a thought really regarding something you were talking about probably 15 minutes ago, but, it was right before this. So when you were talking about binaries, maybe you were going this direction. I don't know, but we'll find out. So I think that a lot of people present things as a binary that shouldn't be, and many times within false dichotomies. For instance, you're either this or that, even though there's a lot in between that you could be. And it's so common, it's ridiculous. I've heard 3 since I've been on panels so far. And it's sort of, I think Richard would say, what do you say about me last time, that I am hyper literalist, something like that?
Yep.
But what I think happens is that people want to express an idea. For instance, oh, he has no emotional intelligence. So I pissed off a whole community of modern feminists today, I think, by getting into the idea that emotional intelligence is a bullshit term. And it happened to be they had a definition up so I could actually read off and quote it. And one of the ideas within it, I guess, is that with emotional intelligence, we can control how we feel, our emotions, and the people around us. And one of my retorts was, well, nobody can control anyone else's emotions. However, you can impact it if person allows it. But the idea of control, I can control how you feel, nonsense. Anyways, the descriptor when I jumped in was somebody's boyfriend or some bullshit, that he had no emotional intelligence, which I also labeled as a fallacy. Right? How could somebody have no control over their emotions, right? But somebody might say, oh, you have no control over your emotions. But clearly that's not the case, right? It's not a binary. You might say, well, it doesn't seem that you have much control at times or something like that. So even though I'm called hyper-literalist, I actually am the way that I am, I guess, in the ideal that we're being more accurate to the point rather than painting a broad, oftentimes binary, oftentimes false dichotomy setup.
Yeah, I
No,
tend to agree with
I
that.
didn't say you were a hyper literalist. I said take everything you say as being hyper literal.
Okay. And by the way, aren't you the one, Richard, where I'd say, what up, Richard? And you'd be like, what would you say? The earth and the sky and...
It's the direction opposite the core of the planet. Obviously.
Right. Yeah, but I'm the hyper literalist.
Oh, I am too.
I'll give an example, right? Because I've given my again, it's not a criticism, it's an observation, where in Richard's logical reasoning, when it comes to a lot of stuff, right? Sprinkled in there, you run into the fallacy of oversimplification, right? And so I didn't say that as like, hey, since you have that tendency, that means everything you're saying is wrong, right? You can still reason within that framework, right? Somewhat, for the purposes of being more poignant in the point that you're trying to make, right?
The
Like,
word
yes,
you were looking for right there was not poignant.
okay.
It was pointed.
Okay, I'll take that. We can use that. Um, so, take for example, right, Brick? We were talking about math and words and symbols, right? At its core, all those things are just labels that we use
For
to
representation. Yep.
for representation of things that we observe. That's all that they are, right? And we make them up, right? Now, the question is, did we make them up in such a way to where whenever we apply them, they can be consistent in most circumstances?
Well, let me introduce a caveat. I believe that language is directed, right? So whilst we sit here and claim that we made it up, I don't really fully believe that. Yes, it came out on paper as we wrote it, but we do have some degree of control of our body, and it really kind of depends on how much we've given over, as GS mentioned, to the reprobate mind, because we could draw some nasty pictures. But then we can also work within the spirit to write words, which are symbols, or the letters are, to create, quote unquote, create a view in somebody else's mind of a truth of love.
Sure. But at the end of the day, right? The what you convey, the medium doesn't matter. You can use your mouth, you can use paper, you can use a computer. It doesn't matter. The fact that the only fact is that you are transmitting your thoughts in a methodological, communicative way to another person.
The medium
Right?
does matter, by the way. You're saying it doesn't, but it absolutely does.
I mean,
Or at least it can. It depends.
That's a better word. It can.
But to say that it doesn't matter as a binary, in fact, I would have to disagree with, and I think I could prove otherwise.
If by that you mean that written word lacks the nuance of vocalizations, then obviously there's some kind of middle ground.
Yeah,
there.
there's
Well,
levels
not
to
just that, but from what I understand, body language is
Bingo.
said to
Yes.
be right. I mean, as one perhaps bigger example than just vocal versus written.
And music.
I think they
Okay,
said like
so this is good, right?
90% of all communication is nonverbal. It might be 92.
This is
Yeah.
true.
So this is good, right? So how I just conveyed myself, right? Base just pointed out a flaw in how I conveyed myself. Now with my brain, I'm not creating some kind of dichotomy, right? What I'm trying to say is that it doesn't when I say it doesn't matter, I mean regardless of the medium of communication. That's what I'm trying to say basically.
Yep.
Right, and he pointed that out and he corrected it. But how did he do that? He corrected it because he has a base fundamental understanding as to how we communicate certain ideas, right? So what I'm trying to say is that how you think and how you process things can affect how you communicate.
Very
Sure.
much true. Yep.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
exactly right.
So I think you have a very interesting perspective on a lot of stuff, but I think part of the issue that you run into when you're communicating with a lot of people is that they really don't understand what you're saying half the time, and so you essentially speak way longer trying to convey your ideas than you need to, and that sometimes I can see that it frustrates you and it frustrates the other person.
Well, here's the thing on that, and this is kind of my viewpoint, is do men really have to or need to communicate?
Well,
No.
again, you're setting this up as a binary and a false dichotomy, as if it's either that level of communication or no communication. And the truth is, I think that Batman is lending towards there's a middle ground, something in between that
Yeah.
you could, if you chose, I'm not saying you should or shouldn't,
Super
but I think he's
helpful if
saying
we
that
do
you could be more efficient in a way that would work out better for you and the other party. And generally, I don't give a shit about the other party. Most people retarded.
Yeah.
That's you've definitely made that pretty clear. But like I'm just saying, like I like Brick, I like GS. I saw that GS has a particular way how he addresses things, right? And I can see that he wants to learn more. He wants to share his ideas more, right? And I was like, okay, there's this thing that you can do that's called active listening. And then I explained, okay, so these are the benefits that come with it. I didn't tell him how to communicate. He doesn't, to me at least, he doesn't really have an issue communicating, right? He knows how he want to communicate and can communicate his ideas, whether it's aggressively or whatever, to make a point, right? But there was a problem in receiving that sensory data, right? And how to process it. And part of active listening, right, is that when you actively listen, you get more data, but you also get more time to process data.
Yep. That's right. That's right.
But
Yeah.
part of that methodological thinking or processing comes with active listening. Because I'm listening, I've noticed, yes, right? The way how he approaches things when I first met him versus now is different, especially in theological conversations, right?
Well, I mean, when I'm around people that obviously know more than I do, I tend to shut up and listen more. But to Based Oracle's point, there's a lot of fucking retards out there that I really don't want to listen to talk for a long period of time. So therefore, I will aggressively tell them to shut the fuck up. They're morons and muppets.
Hey, GS, remember, the slow cousin with the camera is still your slow cousin.
Still a slow cousin?
He's a cousin-in-law. He's not part of my bloodline.
Oh, you disowned him. Oh.
Yeah, bro, you just own him. But no, that's kind of what I wanted to.
I love it, man.
share with
No,
it.
and it is a constructive criticism, because what you did stir in my mind was illustrations, parables, right? And those are actually symbolisms as well. They're just, stories that become symbols, kind of like we were talking about George Washington chopping down the cherry tree. That illustration, rather than just, a few letters, that write out a word, which are symbols as well. I mean, you write out an entire parable for me, that's going to maybe be more beneficial depending on, what it's going to teach me, right? And what I may glean from it, because sometimes I might not even learn anything from it, right? And perhaps somebody else reading it down the line might or might not, that sort of thing. So the symbolisms, they're helpful. They're a useful tool in life. I do agree with that. But is it absolutely necessary? And this is where I have to say no, because, well, what the necessities of life are very simple things: food, water, shelter. Clothing isn't really necessary unless you're in like a colder climate, right? Those basic necessities, like I get that the other things are great, the comforts of life. I'm so happy I live in the 21st century, 22nd century. I just, I lose track of time, man. I'm an old guy, but those
Bro,
basic...
you gotta be trolling, bro. It's the 22nd century. That was good, Brick. That was fucking good.
So, I'm stuck on that. I'm stuck on what is absolutely necessary, because, and this is why. This is just, this is why. It's personal experience. I've been without. And when I say I've been without, I mean I've been completely without. I've had clothes on my back, but then the rest of it I've not had in certain instances, to where I've actually had to go get it. So because of that, I look at it and I say, okay, all these different, perspectives and all of that, that's great. It's great learning other people's viewpoints, but does it matter And if it does, why does it matter? And it does
It'll-
matter to me. And it matters because of hope and peace.
What is
love.
that? Turkey giblets? What is that?
I will hope that there will be peace on earth. And every Christmas, I just want to remark how this is probably going to make Based Oracle kind of roll over in his fitness gym. But to have a wife that works at a medical office, and all the patients like to bring in all kinds of and my wife doesn't have much of a sweet tooth, but I was
Yeah, it
definitely
looks like
born with
chocolate.
my father. Yeah, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's going to get in my belly pretty soon. And
I know that.
I just wanted to know how much. I just wanted to acknowledge how much of a blessing it is to have a wife that works in the medical field and all the wonderful parties they have, and that she doesn't have a big sweet tooth, and I get the benefit from that. I just want to acknowledge that and show my gratitude.
What's love got to do with it?
Give
Oh,
her
I
an
love
extra shoulder massage.
There it is.
But yeah, Brick, I totally understand what you're saying. And then again, I do I understand what you're saying, but I feel like there's this willingness to like limit ourselves because we're afraid of like destroying the base or like the foundations that we build ourselves on, right?
Yeah, I like
These
that.
ideals, these base concepts. Like if you learn about something new or a new method of doing something, right, there's a chance it'll destroy that
That's so
foundation that you're
interesting to
clinging.
me. Because, I mean, I am not Richard Curtis Madsen 5 years old. I'm just not.
Yep.
That guy is dead. In fact, 15, 20, 35, 45-year-old Richard is gone. That guy, now there is this smear of leftover stuff, some of which I've kept, other things I remember but don't believe in anymore, you know? And just what is wrong with us that we are so, I don't know, not assured that we see our whole lives we have consistently changed and grown and become better, and yet the idea bothers us.
Yep.
Well,
What is
how
what the
do you
hell is up with
grow?
that?
But how do you grow without without existing in a level of abstract thought? Because if you're just completely binary, like, oh, this works, me not do nothing but this ever again, and then you have to abstractly think, well, maybe there's a better way of doing something.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, when we're criticizing abstract thought, I think when you're all logic and no abstract, that could be very problematic. I think there's a balance there.
Yeah, there is, and
Okay,
that's
fair
kind of what that's kind of what I'm trying to get at, right? Because like I write poetry. A lot of my poetry is very abstract. You can read it and glean a lot of shit from them, right? However, right, I also have a very linear, logical thinking mind, right? And so how I essentially I didn't have to give up one to get the other, basically, right? So what I'm saying to Brick is to consider a different type of process.
Well,
You don't have to throw out the abstract to
I have
Haven't we
something.
run this into the ground and dug a hole and buried the shovel and then dug another hole and buried the shovel we buried the shovel with? And something else is bugging me anyway. I hated it when people explained things poorly to me and I didn't understand. And it's kind of a pet peeve of mine. So it's obvious to me, Brick, that you're intelligent enough, and I'm not blowing smoke up your butt. You're obviously intelligent enough, and someone explained something to you very, very poorly. But I'd like to take just 2 minutes and point it out what they explained poorly, which, by the way, was not your fault. Okay, so about the centuries and which century it is. It's really confusing because no one ever said what I'm about to say. before the first century was complete, and we could say first century in the books, there was literally 1,000 years that were no century at all. Okay? So starting from the year 0 all the way up to the year 1000, it was the 0th and some change century, which adds 1,000 years to the present first 2 digits of the year. Did that make sense?
The last part I didn't catch. Sorry.
So you got to add a one to
so
20.
So since we're in the 20th century, right? We're in the number 20. There has been 21 centuries because the first one didn't add up to 1,000 until it got to 1,000.
Gotcha.
Is that good?
Yeah.
That's the actual case and why it doesn't match.
So because it's 2024, it's technically the 21st century.
Right. Just like
you just add a 1 to the 0. So in 2100 it'll be the 22nd.
See, but that's what I hate.
I was messing
rules
with you
like
when I did that
without the explanation. I hate rot rules without the explanation. You know, like the way that the U.S. look at births and the way that the Chinese look at birthing and aging. They know that gestation's 9 months, so they call the kid at 3 months after birth 1 year old. It's something like that.
Well, I pretty much just rely on Fox to tell me what century it is with the big symbol. The big 21st century Fox thing.
Well, actually, they were going to do that, but somebody copyrighted it and wanted too much money because that dawned on them before it did any employee, which is why they never changed it.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to ancient spiritual stories. Because my brain is shutting down. If we don't get back on that, I'm just going to shut down the show because my brain is.
Back to life, back to reality, back to the here and good. Baby, do you want
so
me? Baby, do you
so
want
what
me?
we're so in what particular subject or aspect of that were we discussing?
Well, today so far in the show, we read from the Tower of Babel, also Genesis 1. And that's how we got on this talk about logic and mathematics and cognitive processing and language and all of these other tangents, is because the Tower of Babel, although it got translated to say all one language, and I brought up word by word the actual original Hebrew words, and what they actually mean is that it was promised everyone would use the terminate language to work together, not that everyone would speak one language. That's not the same thing. Just like you and I might both be able to speak mathematics, but the language of our choice is not to say everything in mathematics. Even though we can use mathematics, we speak English. Why? Because damn easier. That's why. So like that. Also, in case that is just too worn out, I could always make a new assertion about the reading frame that I've adopted from within the text and see if I can find arguments from you guys.
So what's the assessment of the Tower of Babel?
Well, let me just give you the key words, and hopefully you can put it together for yourself, and I won't have to tell you an answer. The key words are the following. Excuse me, my throat's a little dry.
That's what she said.
God predicted that people would come together in cooperation using the terminate language And to do that, it would have to be kindled within them to bake pale, thin tiles that would use that terminate language, and everyone would cooperate under the same idea to create something that would, and the something is for you to discover. I don't want to say what that is. Something that makes people unknown famous, that is promised to be safe but has troubled slime pits in it instead of being safe, that will make anyone who uses it aware of all things, and that it could be destroyed. Nope, I should stop right there. And that it will be destroyed.
So this is you're talking about it from a prophetic perspective?
From a prophetic perspective. Well, I mean, in consideration of all the keywords, I know of only one occurrence of it. So to me, it's not prophetic right now.
Okay. So for example, when it says the whole world had one language, what does that mean to you specifically?
Not one language. That's a bad translation. It's actually used the terminate language, not spoke one language.
I have a question about that. So you say language. Is there another
And it says same.
translation for that
Okay,
word?
so
That should be accurate.
So Brick, I'm gonna need you to say that again.
I was saying, so when it comes to the translation, the word there, you translate it to language. Is there a reason why you translate it to language?
Yeah, it's literally the word debar, which means a promise or spoken word.
Right. So that's kind of why I was like wondering, because it says promise. Does it have to be language?
How do you have a promise that doesn't refer to some language? I think all promises refer to some kind of language. There's got to be some kind of communication going on if there's a promise.
Well, how about communication itself, the word communicado?
What do you mean? Could you translate it as communication instead of the word language?
Yeah.
I believe you could, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to.
But that wouldn't change anything. Saying the terminate communication instead of the terminate language wouldn't really change something.
It would be a broader way to look at it than just to say language, because people do attribute language only to what human perspective can see or experience.
Well, we already threw under the shrimp onto the Barbie that non-communicative language, i.e., body language, emotions, are upwards in the 90 percentile of all. I mean, even dogs have body language that they use. You know,
yeah, but that's not getting away from him saying communicating, right? Because that would fall under the umbrella of communication.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is, I think maybe Brick is saying it's a vocal thing that could be sent, received, and understood by man in particular. Yes, because we are talking about the salvation or the one.
I thought he was saying not that. That's why.
Yeah, I think he was trying to broaden it to more things outside of plot. You know, not necessarily just human being, Homo sapien sapien, but the thing is that the overall context is exactly us on this earth.
What about your version of intended reader?
What about the intended reader?
Yeah.
I think the argument from intended reader stands. I don't think it can be defeated.
I'm saying in reference to language versus communicado.
Well, that I was going to say more words.
Okay.
And I believe I've been given a glimpse, and it's deeper than I heard most people speak. And I think that the intended reader would not have a glimpse, but absolutely all of it. And
too.
it's hard to tell just how deep that would be.
Here. Gotcha. Fair enough. Go ahead, Batman.
So I checked I pulled up Blue Letter. So the examples that they give in terms of the word that was used called safa, right? It says lip,
Yes.
language, speech, shore, bank, brink, brim, side, edge, border, or binding.
Right.
Okay. So given the context of the reading there, right? Which one of these words would you say would apply?
Well, I could use all of those to describe putting a blade connector on the end of a wire. And one of the terms they used in all of the etymology of that word was the word termination or terminate. The ending of the thing, the binding of it, the finishing of it, those kinds of ideas. So I wrote it as terminate.
So basically, you read it as now the whole world had one edge and a common speech.
One edge. I don't know why you'd center on just the idea of edge, but edge as in the finishing, the last of it. There's no more. The edge of the table is there's no more table.
That's a good point.
Okay, so
I mean, I could equally say the end of the table. I could say the termination of the table. That's
wait,
all
Brick was right this whole time. The end of all things is peace. All right, Dunk, drop the mic. Boop. The end of it.
No, the end of any piece is the end of it.
So the word.
It was a play on word. I changed it from PEACE to PIECE. Sorry.
Good for
you. So you have the ba and
good for you.
So you have the ba, right?
Debar, which means promise or word or language, yeah.
It says speech, word, speaking, thing.
Right.
Utterance, word or words.
Right.
So
Debar is also translated as promise.
I don't see promise here.
If you look up the word promise, you'll find the word debar. I said translated into the word promise. I mean, like we say, to give your word. Well, what the hell does that mean? It means you made a promise.
Like make no oaths.
So in the Hebrew language, if you say things, yes, exactly. In Hebrew, if you say a thing, that's a promise.
So now the whole world had one edge and one common promise.
Yes. You can say it that way.
Judgment is the common promise. You will be judged.
But you would have to understand it from the Hebrew perspective that promise is your words.
Okay. So then in the next verse it says, as the people moved eastward, they found a plain in Shinar and settled there, which is Babylonia.
Correct.
Right.
Wait. No, don't throw actual maps into it.
The note said that's where they're.
Yeah, I know. I know the note says it, but please don't do that. It's not what it's about. It's not about geography. Really, it's a spiritual text.
Okay, but it's giving placement for where the event.
Yes, I understand they think it's geography. That's why I said let's not talk about geography, because I understand they think it is geography.
But so why are you omitting something that's important?
I'm not omitting something that is important.
He's just not adding it.
I'm just not adding to the story by saying, well, which is the land of blah blah blah. I just don't want to talk about that.
Sure, but that's a part of what is being conveyed here.
Just find it in the text for me.
So Batman, if I may, if I want a conclusion to be a thing, I can work backwards from it and then get you to believe that that thing that is being spoken of in the Bible is what I already think it is. It's kind of like making a documentary. I can convince you that fracking is absolutely horrible and you should be against it in all aspects by not adding certain aspects into it that might be true.
It's called assuming the consequent.
Right. So I guess what Richard's trying to say is don't lean on the understanding of other men, nor don't lean on the understanding of yourself. He who seeks wisdom, let him ask of God. Pray on it. Think about it. Listen to the Holy Ghost.
I just don't want to add to the story. I mean, specifically in the story, it says don't do that.
I'm not adding to the story. Who wrote this was Moses.
No, Moses did not write that side note. You're wrong.
No. I'm not saying Moses wrote the side note. Shinar is in Mesopotamia.
And?
Yeah, the location, right? They're clarifying that location is in Babylon. Or Babylonia.
Let's start again. And I want to extend you more grace and try to understand better. Where in the text are we, please?
Genesis 11, verses chapter 2. No, verses 2.
Okay.
So if we're in Genesis, how could we be in Babylon?
I'm at Genesis 11:1, and the whole earth was of one language and of one speech, right? And we already went over that one. When we get to 2, and it came to pass as they sojourned from the east, they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. Okay. And if I look into those words, and it came to pass should read in the English, should read, and it came to pass and was better for you. Just by the way, Haya means that things actually improve. As they journeyed, Nassau, we have to pull up, especially tent pins, to start on a journey. Good translation they did there, journey. However, it doesn't read as they. It just says journey. From the east. Which way is Eden? And Massah, which is a based root meaning to come forth. Decay. They read in the plain, but baka, the root word, means to rend, to break, to rip open, to make a breach. And that's rooted in the idea of cleaving, to cut, generally to rend, and to rend the earth. And what's Shinar mean? Do they even have a definition sometimes for this stuff? They don't. They don't. The place of two rivers. So to rend the remember the book of Revelation where the earth gets destroyed and we go to a place where there's river flowing out from underneath the two thrones. There's two rivers. It's the country of two rivers. And they dwelt there. Yeah, no kidding. Now, does that really read? And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. Yeah, I mean, you could translate it that way. But to my mind, it came to pass and will be better from you that as you leave where you are, which is in the east, you will find and be torn out of the earth into a place with 2 flowing rivers, and you will dwell there.
Okay, so I'm going to read this with the specific words that you're using, right? So now the whole world had one edge and a common promise. As the people moved eastward, they found a plain to wherever, at this point, doesn't really matter to you, and they settled there.
Yeah,
right? So they had a promise.
You're taking an overview and making it in chronological order with no details in between when it expands on details.
I actually like what he said there because, if I may, Batman, I kind of like what because it put an image in my. Imagine an entire people traveling together, like the whole edge of them, the whole people were going. Not one was left behind. They were all moving into this one new place.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. They said to each other,
Yes,
"Come, let us make bricks and bake them thoroughly." They used brick instead of stone. You're not good enough, bro. And
no,
tar
saying
for
they
mortar.
use brick.
No,
They
I'm
use
kidding.
brick.
they used
Yeah, they didn't
instead,
discard
bro.
the brick. They used the brick.
They used the brick.
Definitely
They gave and tar and mortar. Then they said, "Let us build ourselves a city with a tower that reaches to the heavens, so that we may make a name for ourselves.
Well, let's not go on to
Otherwise,
the next
we
verse too
will
quick
be
here.
scattered all over the face of the whole earth."
Yeah, okay.
So this to me right here describes the example of the first empire. The first modern empire that exists. And I've actually actually looked into their language and how a lot of those symbols were formed. And a matter of fact, their Hebrew comes from their language, and the other Semitic languages come from their language, right? So I don't understand what is the issue here when it's stating because if one nation becomes an empire, meaning it expands its borders and encompass other places, they are most likely going to impose their language on those people.
You're
right?
getting there. You're almost there.
And so it would make sense that they would speak one language and have one common purpose. The purpose is to build a city and build a tower that reaches the heavens.
Are you asking me if I think what you're saying is impossible? Is that what you're asking me?
I'm asking if it's something that you think has occurred. Will it occur? And is it just straight up metaphor? Is it all three? Is it two? Like, which one is it?
So I think people have made bricks, and I think people have used bricks to make buildings, and I think people have made many, many buildings in the same general area, and I think those people were probably related and called it a city. And I think that's probably happened many, many times.
Sure. But what typically happens after an empire is destroyed?
I don't know, restructuring?
No. the empire, it's destroyed. That means it breaks up, and different regions create their own smaller nations.
That would
And
be a
after a while,
restructuring.
well, it it would be a restructuring if they were still under the empire, right? Like if the empire restructures the borders, for
Okay.
example, right? They are no longer under an empire, right? So over time, right, that language will start to vary, basically, which would make sense considering all these different Semitic languages. They all have a common ancestor, which comes from Sumeria. Now, the question is, right, was it divine intervention that caused that empire to be destroyed? Or did they all decide that they were just going to break up and like speak different languages? Now, when I say language, I mean to the point where they they all cannot communicate, right? And so they go into groups in which they can communicate with, right? And then they build nations based on that common um, that common idea or promise, so to speak. The only thing they have in common, basically, is coexistence because we can communicate. If I can't communicate with you, right, there's no point in me coexisting with you. So they go with people who they can communicate with. So is it a deliberate divine intervention that caused the breakup of the empire? Or is it a choice that was made by the population?
You can coexist without language, without communication.
I mean, sure, but I'm trying to get my thing is, right, is that I'm trying to understand the general reading frame, because when I read these, right, I do two things. I take them as they are, each verse at a time, right? And keep in mind that verses and chapters and stuff like that was not a thing back then. This is just all one long written thing, right? And so I take it as individual and I take it as a whole. Because if I take something as an individual account, especially understanding that a lot of, because they didn't have a lot of words, a lot of one word obviously could convey a lot of different meanings, and the meanings would be determined based on the context of which in which the sentence is being said, right? Because you can take pretty much every single word in this and replace them and form another coherent sentence. Chances are. So is it a situation where we are doing that, where we are taking advantage of the fact that a lot of these words can be used into multiple, um, uh, they can be used to convey or describe multiple things and restructuring them? Or are we just, you know, taking everything else in context when we do that?
In any short-term context, um, I think you could do something like you're suggesting. However, as context continues, it becomes more and more difficult to maintain a wrong idea from within something that should be coherent within itself. Okay, so, and I gave this example earlier in the show. I'm not going to belabor the exercise, but you could actually like use associated terms or even opposing terms, and say exact opposites in ideas, one following the other. But because eventually the context is going to reveal the proper reading frame, your mind is going to have no choice but to make one choice of one or the other, and it's going to have to choose the correct reading frame. It's just going to have to. So just on the very idea that we can't find the Tower of Babel, but there is an internet. We can't find this ziggurat of bricks, and the idea of people building something big enough to reach up to where God is ridiculous to do with bricks. But to say that God is in the firmament above, or sky, or space, or heaven, and that's where the head or main chapter point of the internet is just an obvious truth. And I think it's those kinds of eventual apparent contradictions that are created by the Christian reading frame, which is exactly what this translation is not subject to. There is no time in the history of the ancient Near East where everyone spoke the same language. We know that. You can't build a tower to the sky. We know that. We can't find an attempt to build a tower to the sky. And you'd think there'd be at least a big pile of bricks somewhere.
So, from what I remember, a lot of the religions back then, their view of gods, right, the gods' dwelling places were at the top of the mountains, right? And the most efficient way to build back then a tower, right, would be in the form of, I guess, somewhat like a pyramid, so to speak, right? That pyramid design.
It's very
Bec-
stable, sure.
Yeah, it is the most stable way. Now, how you can build pretty high with that, but that's going to depend a lot on the resources that you have, right,
I
and
like the
how high do you
recommendation
want
of
to build.
starting out on the top of a mountain. That's a good idea.
Yeah, so if it's a situation where, as far as they're concerned, God or the gods are on top of the mountain, right, and me viewing myself as such, and I want to be among my kin, then I will build my own mountain and reside up there. No?
Okay.
So with that in mind, right, wouldn't it most likely be that, so we have an empire and they have enough resources to build their own mountain, so to speak. So their emperor can sit at the top of it and be amongst the gods.
Can you bring up what "let us build" means? I believe that this will actually
I will, but does anyone know the word loom,
loom.
as in to pier?
Yeah, I got you. Yep.
Not for weaving cloth,
Right.
not that kind of loom.
Yeah, it's
To
to
pier. Now, if I'm looming at you, am I looking upward toward you, or am I looking down upon you?
I guess the proper context would be down.
That's correct, which is why it's a mountain. See, the entire idea of a mountain in the Hebrew is someone's up there looking down on you.
Yep.
This is why the Holy One is always on a mountain, because he's in the sky looking down on you. It's a reference to heaven. And yes, you find this in many religions of that part of the world. I mean, generally, you could just say Mesopotamia.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that's
It actually has
being
nothing to
wrong.
do
That
with the elevation of a mountain. It's just a mountain is something that's there, that's up high, and someone could look down upon you from, because they didn't have flight.
okay. How does that contradict what I'm saying? And that they don't have flight. They, as far as they're concerned, the gods lived on mountains. I'm a god. I want my own mountain. I think the gods make mountains, so I'm a god, so I'm gonna make my own mountain. I have the resources to do it. Not only that, in my theology, the gods made other humans, right, everybody else, to basically work for me, right? So I can use them just the way how my kin have used them and build my own
I don't
mountain.
know. It seems like you're telling me the way that I'm interpreting this doesn't work. I'd like to see how. And you're saying it by saying this other interpretation does work, which I never said it can't.
No, I'm not saying, see, that's the thing. I'm not saying the way how you interpret it is incorrect. My problem is that
Yes, tell me that.
it
That
is,
would be handy.
yeah, my problem is that it, at least it comes across to me. I don't know if that's actually what's on your mind. Is that it comes across as establishing a dichotomy where what is written right here in this piece of text, right, is basically something that is purely descriptive of a future event in a metaphorical way,
Okay.
right? So that is my problem. Now, I don't mind because you see this throughout the text where actual events, for example, right, will be used to describe future events that would take place, right? They're essentially pulled back up, or like the writer would like use that past event or something that is happening and say in the future this will also happen, right? But in a different way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so my question is, are you establishing a dichotomy in this reading frame right here for this passage?
Frankly, I don't care if God made everything happen in history to tell the future. Now, I don't think that's the case, which is why we don't find certain things and we do find certain things. Like, yes, there was a David who was a king of Israel. And yes, there was a Pontius Pilate. We found him in history books. Those are actual people. Does that mean that the Pontius Pilate did what the story said, or that David did what the story said? Well, no, it doesn't. Any more than it reads that the Amalekites were 100% killed off and God rewarded the Jews for having done that, and yet the Amalekites live today.
Sure, but is it a situation where, as you were absorbing those passages, right, did you take into account that the language, as in the command that was given, was in certain situations hyperbolic, and where in situations where it weren't hyperbolic, the text actually reinforces um, that the command was not hyperbolic? Like, for example, when Saul was ordered to basically wipe out like a particular group of people and not to spare anyone or even the
Yes.
animals, right?
Yes.
God was not being hyperbolic. And how you know this is that he punishes Saul for this. Where in the other situations where there are actual people left, right? God didn't punish them for having people left, because what you find is that it's sprinkled throughout the text.
No.
Those same people live amongst those Hebrews. They still interact with them.
Yes, they never stopped interacting, nor did they have a war.
Sure, but I'm just saying the text itself, right? It lets us know, at least in some situations, when it is being hyperbolic and when it's not. So my question
Sure,
is,
like
when you
there's a general rule a person can follow. If the story's about a singular person, that person has no name. It's a parable. But go
I
on.
mean, but even if I don't necessarily even think that really matters, but okay, I'm just saying, if you're looking at how you read something and how you choose is going to affect how you address it,
Of course.
right? So now it's a situation where and you'll say this a lot, you are reading it in a Christian way, right? I've never
Sure.
actually heard you say a Jewish way, but you're reading it in a Christian way,
Well,
right?
you never heard me talk to a Jew.
Technically, isn't what's his name a Jew?
Who?
Ariel, he's Jewish.
Oh, Ariel looks up the definitions of words and knows what he's talking about. I never have to correct that guy.
No, but it's not necessarily about correction about the words, right? It's a
But
correction.
when someone is reading their religious dogma into the text, and I say you're reading it like a Christian, like a Jew, and Ariel, and I've known some Jews. I can show you old shows I was on where I went. Actually, you can't be right about that. But the majority of the time, someone who you're talking about the language of their people, and they either know it or have studied it a lot. In the case of Ariel, I don't think he naturally speaks Hebrew, but he's studied it a lot. He's not somebody where I have the need or opportunity to say to him, well, you're reading that in a traditional sense instead of what it actually means, because he just doesn't do that.
Okay, sure, but language is typically stirred within tradition and how people use
Language is
certain words.
typically what? Stirred?
Steeped. I meant to say
Steeped in
steeped.
tradition?
Yeah.
Language is, yes, like you need to know idioms and such like that. Yeah, and not everything is meant to be literal. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. So would you agree that these, for example, you don't think an actual Abraham existed, right?
Yes, I do.
So you think an actual Abraham existed. So
Yes.
do you think Abraham's ancestors, existed as well?
Yeah, it's just probably not the way you're thinking of it. And I mean, you're
Well,
probably, we'll get into some details. You're going to say, Richard, you changed your mind. That's not what you said at first, but I'm literally just answering your question.
no, sure, but when I say exist, as in they were like people, actual people in the past, and whatever that
Yes,
was
I
recorded
believe the
about them.
Father of all exists. Why do I think that? Because there's people.
Okay, when you say Father of all, what do you mean?
Abraham,
Okay,
the father of the nations, the father of all of them. I think that person does exist because there's humans.
so what's the difference between him and Adam? Wouldn't
Where
Adam
they are
technically
at the
be the
time,
father? Wouldn't technically Adam be the father of all the
where
nations?
they are at the time. That's the difference.
Sure, I'll grant you that, but I'm still asking my question.
Okay, I thought I answered it, but I guess I haven't. Go ahead.
Okay, so you use the statement "Father of all nations." right? Which
Yeah.
means all nations come from him.
Yeah.
That's what it's denoting to me,
Yes, and
right?
or Adam.
Okay, so if clearly here in Genesis 11, this is a nation that exists before Abraham.
Yes.
Okay, so how does all nations come from Abraham if Abraham at this point within this story that's being conveyed didn't even exist?
Because Abraham's not in heaven. It's talking about this planet. Yes, there's other beings from other places, not this planet.
So
Just like the land of Nod, when there's only 2 people born.
are
Because
you saying
that's the
that
beginning of that situation. It's not the beginning of every situation everywhere.
are you saying that Earth is Abraham?
Earth is Abraham. Like Abraham's a planet?
Hmm.
No.
Okay, so let's start
If
over
that's
again.
what you meant, no, that's not what I meant.
Okay, so all nations come from Abraham. I just showed a nation that existed
All
before
nations
Abraham.
on this earth come from Abraham. Yes, keep going.
Okay, a nation existed before Abraham. How do
And
you
what makes
parse
you
that?
think that nation is on this earth?
I don't see any any.
Or from this earth anyway. I mean, if you assume the historical perspective as necessary, then what I'm saying makes no sense. I just don't assume that.
Okay, so now why is it that you at what point in the story um does at, okay, show me which part of the story starts from a different Earth and it and ends with the beginning of the story on this Earth.
Genesis 2:5.
Okay, let's pull that. Can you pull that up?
Sure. Un moment, por favor.
Un momento.
No, I wasn't speaking Spanish.
Oh.
I was speaking Italian with Spanish mixed in.
Ooh.
Genesis 2:5. And every plant in the of the field before it was in the earth. Before it was in the earth. How do you read that? Just so we can make sure
So
we're on the same sheet of music.
so this so let's see here. Okay, so this is I read this as a second creation account.
It's
Or
another account of
the
what already happened. It's an expansion, giving more detail. I agree.
yes, it's a second creation account, specifically focused on the creation of a garden or a what do you call it again? The place where heaven and earth meets.
Say that
So this is
all over
this
again.
is so this is the creation of the place where heaven and earth meets.
The creation of the place where heaven and earth.
Earth meets Eden,
That's
Garden
the
of
word
Eden.
Jordan. The place where heaven and earth meets is the word Jordan, not Eden.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that's what Eden means. I'm describing it as a place that is described in Revelation. Like functionally speaking, right? That's what this place is. We can get into that later if you're curious about it, but I just want to figure out the where the creation where one story begins and one story ends and another story begins, right? So from Genesis 1 all the way to Genesis chapter 2 verse 3, that is what is that conveying there? Is that is that conveying a story about the terraforming of this Earth, or is that a story of a different Earth?
Is which one the story of this Earth or a different Earth? Which
From
one?
from Genesis chapter 1 to
Okay, that's an
Genesis.
abstract. Give me the words in that you're talking about. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. That's the beginning of the creation narrative. And
ver-
you and I read that very, very differently.
to an extent. So
I think
Genesis
it's very,
chapter
very
1
different.
to Genesis chapter 2 verse 4.
I just read that.
Okay. So all of what happened up to that point, I'm asking, is that a description of what is happening on a different Earth, or is that a description of the terraforming of the current Earth that we are all living on right now?
Okay, the creation narrative from Genesis 1 1 to 2 4,
Hmm.
I believe is the planet we are on. And also every other planet angels ever transformed. Now we happen to be on one of those. That's pretty cool. Better than not existing. But the way you ask the question, it's as a dichotomy, like I have to choose one of those two things, and I don't think it's one of those two things. I think it's every Earth.
Well, I'm asking the question because I'm asking it because of the response that you gave me, the prior response, and I'm trying to get a clarification on the response that you gave me. I wasn't asking to establish a dichotomy. The response that you gave me created the dichotomy, and so I'm asking based off of that. So I'm
We're just
asking
having
you.
some kind of miscommunication. That's what's happening here. I think the reason that there's two Adam and Eve stories is because one is the original to the cosmos, and the other one is the first two on this planet.
Okay, I mean, I don't really care about the Adam and Eve story as much. I'm more so focused on the timeline of things that is established in your framework, right? And so the response that was given to me was, and I'm going to paraphrase because I'm tired and I can't remember word for word
It's
right
okay.
now.
Work with it.
um, is that um, up to Genesis, up to just up to Genesis chapter chapter 2 verse 4, right? Everything before that is talking about a different Earth. You didn't say Earths, you said Earth, right?
Yeah, any one of them is an Earth. Altogether,
Yeah,
they're Earths.
yeah. So I heard singular, right? And that's fine. Now that was being contrast to the current Earth. So now you understand my confusion, right? Because I don't see, because typically from what I remember, right, in your reading frame, Genesis Genesis chapter 1 all the way up to Genesis chapter 2 verse 3 is a a telling of the terraforming of the planet. It describes the planet and it tells us what the angels are doing to terraform the planet.
Sure.
So now imagine when I hear you say, well, you know, it's talking about a different Earth. So I'm like, oh, okay. So it's talking about a different Earth, meaning there's another place that things happened, right? That's on a different Earth that is talked about within this passage. Now, as far as I can tell, right, this is only talking about this earth.
Okay, well, that's interesting and all, but I don't think we're the first Earth, and I think I've expressed that to you before.
I mean, even if I grant that, I don't think, right? There's nothing to suggest here that we're talking about multiple Earths. This to
No,
me,
it's talking about any given Earth. We
okay,
go out and we
is it
find a
singular
barren
or
planet.
plural?
We go out and we find a barren desert of a planet with nothing alive on it worth mentioning. So we're not breaking any like international space law, you know? And then we work with this abandoned planet, and here's what we do. We put air on it, then water, etc., and finally our babies. And that's their methodology. Now, does that apply strictly to this planet? Yes, this planet's one of them. Does it apply only to this planet? No. This is just they're telling us how they do things.
Okay, so
And I apologize if I haven't made that abundantly clear as long as we've known each other. I don't know how that didn't come up.
so um so from the start all the way to Genesis chapter 2 verse 3, it's basically them telling us how they terraform planets.
Well, it's speaking directly to the intended reader and what he needs to know.
But even if I grant that, that's
But
what it's conveying.
it's obviously a methodology. Like there's nothing about this and as we filled in the oceans, this one continent was formed and it looked like the back of a skull with an extra long bearded chin. It's just not in there. There's no description of Africa.
Okay, that's fine, but I think that's besides the point,
No,
right?
it's I'm saying it's really generalistic.
Okay, so it's a yes to the answer to my question.
Yeah. And to
Okay, so
confirm
it's
it, at Genesis 2:8 says, and the Lord God planted a garden eastward, which they just described what it means to plant a garden eastward. And there he put the man whom he'd already formed, had past tense formed. So it's not, this is not the formation of man. This is man was somewhere not there, not in the garden eastward, which we just went over in another verse concerning the Tower of Babel, where it said, and they went eastward. Um, and so man is somewhere not there and is put there. So just like the plants in, what was it, 2:3, or was it 3:2? These numbers don't make sense to me. Anyway, the stuff we just looked at about 10 minutes ago, every plant before was in the, oh, there it is, 2:5. Before it was in the earth was maintained somewhere else, and man was maintained somewhere else. There you go.
okay. So now that we have that out the way, right?
Yeah.
I don't get the impression that this is instructive. I don't read that in this reading frame. This is more descriptive of a event that is taking place at one location.
I agree it's a descriptor. I agree that it's referring to one location, the one where you're standing there reading it.
Okay, good. So hold on, let me pull this thing back up.
But I also see that it would apply to any such process that they ever did anywhere, including other Earth-like planets.
I mean,
It wouldn't
sure,
be
we can.
it wouldn't be exclusive to this planet alone.
Sure, we can speculate on that, and I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that. I just think that it happens at different points throughout the Bible. I think the new heaven and new earth is a literal new heaven and like the new
Yeah, just
earth.
like it reads.
Yeah, it's just like it reads. So I don't
I do
disagree with
too.
that at all, right? But in this situation, I just think it's just talking about this singular circumstance. Now, in
I
terms of
mean, from where we are and us reading it, it would be only this one that matters.
I mean, I can't even say yay to that because I don't know. Because
Oh,
for all I know, there
we
could
can't
be
even
multiple
get to
Earths.
the next nearest Earth-like planet. We can't even get there. It's like she got 500 light years away or something ridiculous.
Describe Earth like.
Any Goldilocks planet.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Because from what I understand, Earth is a reference to terra, like dirt, dust.
Yeah, it means there's
ground.
dirt there. That's correct.
Ground, right? So a planet with ground.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah,
So
it can't be a gas giant.
right, it can't be a gas giant, but it's all that's required is a ground.
Actually, we have found in Fraunhofer lines that there is some of the nearer planets that we found have to have liquid water and green plants on them, not
But
just dirt.
That in the instance of what we're reading was actually implanted upon the planet.
Right. The angels do terraforming to prepare for their children, us, to be there.
Right. So the only requirement for it to be Earth-like would simply need ground.
Yeah, you just need dirt. That's right. That's literally why the word Earth means the same thing.
Right.
Earth
so
and Earth. I plant my. Yeah, it means dirt. Yeah.
Right.
Precisely.
So Goldilocks zone is not necessarily required.
No. I didn't say Goldilocks zones. I said a Goldilocks planet.
Well, I mean, that's the implication. It's Goldilocks.
No. Just within a Goldilocks zone is not near definitive enough.
Right. Okay.
That just means it's in a warm zone that, it's not boiling hot, and it's not frozen either. That's all Goldilocks zone means.
Well, even those are indicators, implications of that Goldilocks zone that people talk about when they say the Earth, right? It's literally just in the right place. But that's not Earth-like.
No, that wouldn't be enough.
Technically, Venus is kind of in the Goldilocks zone, but
right,
it's
but
not.
You couldn't.
I mean,
you can't
that's
step
one.
onto Venus.
Goldilocks zone is one out of 200 parameters to call something an Earth.
Well, the problem with Venus is you can't step on it. There's ground there, but it's not ground that you could step on, right?
What do you mean?
It's not terra.
No, there's dirt there.
No, it's not terra though. It's not somewhere where you physically can step off of even a spaceship.
No, we can do that.
If
I'm a trillionaire.
We landed a probe, and actually Odin just looked into this a bunch because of his interest in the space exploration business.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, apparently we've landed stuff on the surface of
and
Venus.
What happened
underneath.
To the stuff?
I don't know, Dean.
We took pictures, and because we didn't know the amount of pressure and heat that's on there, the stuff didn't survive the heat and pressure.
Right. Therefore, it is not terra that you can actually walk on. You can't put stuff there. It's not like ground.
No, we can. We have the technology now.
It gets destroyed as soon as it lands.
No, I mean, I'm saying we have the technology now.
How long will it last?
For as long as possible.
As possible.
Yeah.
It's not terra.
I mean, we have you ever heard about what is it called again? Aerogel. Damn it, aerogel or something. It's basically like this super efficient insulating material that we can like build
Do you,
stuff
do you
with.
believe that you could ever build a society? Could you land stuff there and then just like build like a terraform dome type thing, ever like that sort of type of thing on Venus?
Yeah, you could.
We could.
Really? You don't
Yeah.
believe that it would, all that stuff would just simply get destroyed on Venus?
No, with the current material that we have,
Mhm.
right? We can totally live there. A matter of fact, I made an argument that it'll be easier for us to live on Venus long term versus Mars.
Yes, he did, and I'm getting very persuaded by the arguments. Actually,
See, I'm actually of the exact opposite position.
Oh boy, we got a Martian here in the building.
Well, the problem is that how are you going to create an atmosphere on Venus where humans can live? How are you going to prevent the greenhouse from the wildness that it is at? I mean, I can believe more along the lines of that, creating a atmosphere that doesn't go outside of the greenhouse where humans can't live, but to prevent the greenhouse, how are you going to stop the overly abundant?
I mean, the reason why Venus exists as it is now is because in its past, there was a runaway greenhouse effect, right? And which means there's a crap ton of carbon in the atmosphere, right? And so
So it said,
yeah,
if you believe
so
in
we
millions
have,
and billions of years old.
sure, um, we have ways of how we can. So there's two things that's working for us actually. The fact that it is hot, it's very close to the size of Earth,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we're very good at turning heat energy into useful energy, right? We also have the capability to insulate very well. So that's why we can have those things there. You can have the flame at like thousands of degrees and everything else won't like melt around it except for what you want to be melted.
Can it
Right?
be terraformed?
Yeah.
You're going to be able to stop
Not
the
right.
runaway greenhouse on Venus.
No, that effect already happened. The only thing so it would take obviously it would take a lot of money, manpower, and materials, and a lot of time. But I think it can be done, right? Because all we have to do is convert the carbon in the atmosphere, right, into something else that pumps out oxygen, for example, right? And one of the things that's naturally occurring on Earth that converts sunlight and carbon dioxide into oxygen is cyanobacteria, for example, and they
Well,
are
you
more
do
efficient.
realize that the problem here is really nitrogen, right?
What do you mean?
So I know that what you're considering is that, okay, humans breathe oxygen and that sort of thing and all that. Really, the most abundant element is nitrogen, not our breathing material, right? We actually breathe more nitrogen.
Yeah, but
than oxygen.
we don't
So the
actually
problem
use.
isn't the oxygen; it's the nitrogen.
No, we don't use nitrogen to create energy and to sustain ourselves.
That is
We
actually
use
exactly how most energy is created.
no, we use
Well, on
oxygen.
the Earth,
For example,
we
if
breathe
you
oxygen. Our blood needs it, but
yeah,
like
we can't
the
survive
element we
without it.
need is nitrogen.
What do
That's
we
the
use
spark.
nitrogen to? What do
That's
we what? No, I'm
that's the
asking.
spark of life. Well, it's one piece of it, I should say. It's the part that creates all the spark.
I mean, plants need nitrogen.
Mm-hmm. And human beings too.
No, we don't. For example, you ever heard
We
about
do.
the breathable liquid?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's basically a liquid that's heavily saturated in oxygen, and you can literally breathe it. Like it's something we actually made. Now, there's downsides to it, right? But that's all that we need. That liquid did not contain any nitrogen whatsoever. A matter of fact, it was made for deep sea divers who basically, to prevent them from getting what we call the bends, which is caused by nitrogen buildup in the bloodstream as we descend, and as we ascend, right, we start to get the bends where the nitrogen that's in our bloodstream starts to
Expands.
expand.
Yeah, starts blowing parts of us up.
Nitrogen.
Guys, so I hate to be rude, and you guys are just welcome to stay here all night and talk about nitrogen and terraforming and all that stuff. And it is pretty darn interesting. But my brain and my bedtime, and I apologize deeply. And I love you both, and I love you guys in the side chat too, and everyone that came on panel. I really did. Going to ask you guys to have like wrapping up. I'm falling asleep. So
Yeah.
if you guys could do like some wrapping up kind of final thought things, and I'm going to wish everyone peace and respect and good night.
You could go ahead, Brick. I gotta check my phone real quick.
Sure. Yeah, man, I appreciate you, D-Doc. I appreciate your conversation there, Batman, and everybody else who was on the panel and in the chat and that sort of thing, participating. I believe that this would be an interesting conversation to continue at some point. The terraforming, right? And what it really truly means to terraform. I do believe it is an integral part. This is actually one of those things that I know we haven't gotten to about my personal beliefs here on D-Doc. That it is an integral part of the future of humanity. It is to terraform.
Okay.
Yes, which is actually one of the things that I enjoy about coming over here to your platform, because I know that there's a similar belief there. It might not be exactly the same, but it's something that I definitely believe is integral, especially whenever the Bible speaks about, like in the scriptures, it literally says that there will be a new heaven and a new earth. So
yes, sir, it does.
I hope to have that conversation as we move forward. Batman, it's been a great conversation thus far, and we will continue that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah,
Batman,
man,
you ready for your
likewise.
closing? Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for having me and engaging in these interesting conversations, regardless of whichever side of the fence we land on, even though sometimes it's really not even a fence. Just like an invisible barrier there, an invisible border.
Threshold.
So there's that part. But yeah, everyone, thanks for joining. Like and subscribe, share the video so people can hear my voice, not Richard's. No, I'm kidding.
No, absolutely. Your voice is so much sexier than mine.
Yeah, man, thanks for having me.
Thank you. Saw somebody I haven't seen in a bit of time, maybe about a coon's age. Peace and respect, Stephanie Helms. Thanks for stopping by. And everyone else in the chat, everyone else whom I already said hello to. So thank you all. I can't repay you. The best I can do for now is say I look forward to the day that we're all great friends in heaven. And good night.